7. They're going to bring us one after 8 in a little while.
Yeah, mate just got done.
An hour ago.
It was the last game.
This is true.
Gosh, these glasses are a pain in the ass.
We are live. Oh, I'm going to stay for about 5 or 6 games. And I'm going to probably go home for a little bit. So I'm rolling tonight. Take a break.
I listened on the way up. So.
I'm going to need a supposed to make sure I take a nap.
You gonna take it?
No. Plus, you said 232 teams?
Yeah.
Where are the extras at?
The extras on the last one, 37 or 47.
Okay.
So I couldn't get rid of them because I couldn't. So what they said last year, they didn't want to blow it in. So I said if I can eliminate the squats, like I was like people dropping, and I did refill, so they had 46.
Yep.
But the last squat had 47. So
You let one more in to make it even?
yeah, I didn't want somebody to bowl by themselves, so I got a 48 team.
So you're using 48 different lanes?
So
Or
they'll
you
use
double
30 through, no, they'll use 30 through 50, or 3 through 50.
All right, they'll use 49.50 for the afternoon squat tomorrow only.
Open.
Got it.
Mike's, we talked, Mike said he thought that's we told him last year I would try to do it, but I couldn't
And it worked for
couldn't tell people.
every other squad.
If they would have had it, they would have done it, but he was able to get rid of it, so.
All right.
So that's how we'll do it.
Works for me. I'm not on the afternoon squad tomorrow. 49.50. Well, I mean, you see the wall. So if you're left-handed, it's 12. If you're lefty-handed, it's 64.
It's funny.
49 on the left side actually looks more than every line.
So, they just built a new.
Oh, yeah, no.
Probably designed more to be able to see the Jefferson to replace the one like that. They were told by Brunswick, you don't want leagues, you don't want tournaments. Turns out now they figured out they do want leagues, they do want tournaments. But lane 16 is exactly that way. And so if we ever do have a team event in their house, which we need 16 lanes for a team, we have to ask everybody that's here, do you have any left-handers on your team? And if you do have left-handers on your team, you will not get that impact. We don't do random weight assignments, we assign the lanes. And so if we find out, we just got to make sure we put.
So if you've got 16 team,
If I have a 16
and
team
you've
squad,
got, and you have,
left-handers on every team,
or all but one.
all but one, that team is, that team will not bowl on that time. So,
And ironically enough, I've never bowled on 1 or 2.
huh.
Ever.
Well,
Now, there's a big mixed league here on Saturday nights. Obviously, that's tomorrow night. Until the last 4 or 5 years, 50 teams.
wow.
Four men on one of the teams. One of either, the rest don't matter. One of the 2 league secretaries.
Okay.
Because it's too big for one person.
Right.
I never bowled in it, but huge deal. And 1 to 50.
That's kind of cool, though.
I don't know how many they have anymore, but they used to be. Whole thing. And even, so I mean, I'm here on Thursday nights. We've got 36 or 38 leagues a week. 20-team men's league and like a 14-team, 16-team mixed league. And us all the way down in our league. There's a ton of left-handers. I refuse. Hey Jeff, just go to YouTube and type in inside bowling.
Okay.
And it'll once we start it, it'll have that red live on it.
Okay.
Should be live now.
YouTube.
It should be live.
Inside bowling.
Yeah, it's live now.
Okay.
got to be before they go check in, right?
Yeah. That would make sense. All right, if you assume that everybody's in here randomly, and you put a random number, it's still random for everybody. I wouldn't think you need to do it, with the exception of tomorrow afternoon squad.
Good, how are you? All right, everybody. I see some confusion here in the chat. I am in the chat room for this squad for the 130 main feed. And folks are talking about it says no commentary. So can you guys let me know that you are on a channel that says main feed and you can hear me? Because you guys are really confusing me. But Mike Flanagan here with you for our second squad of coverage here for the 2022 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Players are just finishing up their practice right now. And then we will be underway. Just gonna make sure I'm not losing my mind here. All right, I'm going to look at the main feed. If I click on the main feed, perfect. All right. Main feed's working great. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, and then over here, I need to get into the main stream here. YouTube is slightly confused at the moment, so I'm just going to hang out in here to chat with you all, which is different than how I did it the first time around. Inside bowling, what pair are Trevor Baumgartner and Dylan Burns starting on? We don't have all that yet. Okay. If you're getting a delayed echo of the commentary on the present, you probably have it open in 2 browsers. Need another feed for the first 24 lanes. I'm just trying to figure out how to do 2. Because you guys are confusing me a little bit, but I think it's confusing on my end. Okay, both are good. Okay, cool. So we do have the other feed. It's lanes 41 through 44. I know Andrew Anderson is down there. They don't give us squad lists of who's on what lanes until into the event. I don't have standings after 8 yet either.
Check, check.
I hope too soon. All right, now that we have all that pre-stuff out of the way, I think everything's good. In Norway it works, so that's good. Okay, let's...
Do you think it goes laterally around the world, or does it go up over the North Pole to get to Norway?
I don't know. You're gonna want to put that mic a little bit closer, Dennis. We got a low soundboard. Okay, let's bring it into the booth. Mike and Dennis and Lee, just like last year. Glad you're with us here today, everybody. Practice is just completing. We got 46 teams again, right, Lee?
That's right.
We had 46 this morning. We don't know the leading score, do we?
Not yet.
Not yet. They had a computer issue that they're working through, but we should have that shortly from what I'm told.
Okay. Dennis, thanks for joining us for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely.
You watched this morning, right?
I watched the first 2 games at home while I was working in the office, and then I had it on in the car listening on the way up. Obviously, I'm not watching because you don't do that in Illinois. So
Right. No, you don't do that in Illinois.
You shouldn't do it in Missouri either, just because it's legal.
Should never do it, I guess. Right?
absolutely should never do it.
So we're going to click B1. One of us is going to get bingo. And let's go right here in front of us. Russ Oviatt. I like Russ Oviatt. He bowled pretty well up in Iowa a couple tournaments ago that I streamed.
Yep.
And that's Russ right there. He's a big man. We actually are on TikTok now. Inside Bowling's on TikTok. And Russ is on one of our TikToks. Loft in the Gutter Cap. Yeah. Inside Bowling on TikTok. Follow us. Hey, we want to thank Hammer for being the title sponsor of the event. Thank you so much. And to Matt Schellebarger, his entire staff here at St. Clair Bowl. I want to thank Jerry Anderson for running the event with his tournament staff. And I want to thank you all for being here and watching here today. We're in game number 1 of 8. We got 2 channels for you. I'm going to go swap out the game graphics down the other channel. Boys, take it away.
Thanks, Mike. I heard you guys counting it down this morning whenever I was on the way up, saying that you were 5/57ths of the way through the tournament and whatnot.
Now we're past that.
8/57ths of the way down through the tournament. 57 games streaming for you folks this weekend.
Although you didn't want to show up for the first 8, so you are 049ths. Which is 0.
I was told to get up here during the middle of the morning, so I took advantage.
You're doing what you were told.
Yeah,
all right.
I did what I was told.
I wasn't told anything, which is normal.
Right. But that's okay. I mean, it was a nice drive up. Come up through Illinois, through all the 2-lane back roads, 35 miles an hour behind.
Oh, you come through Chester.
Trash trucks, yeah, through Chester and through Redbud. And
Yep. Mike, I was reminded during the break that you sometimes struggle with the gentleman's name on 35. So I'm going to help you out. Bevilacqua.
I used to struggle with Russ. I used to call him Oviat or Oviat. It's Oviat.
The other acceptable pronunciation of Bevilacqua is barbecue.
Mike, we got a comment in the chat that the bowling ball Santa shirt that I'm wearing is neat. Is that still available on Inside Bowling?
It is, and you can save 20% this weekend with coupon code HOLIDAY. Coupon code HOLIDAY over at Inside Bowling, and you will receive your cool T-shirts or hoodies or other items that we have by Christmas.
Well, I'll be wearing this every Tuesday night in my league at home during December. Not having done this for a while, this is, you just don't know what to watch. It's a little overwhelming sitting down here watching everything in front of us and then and seeing the screens and everything like that, trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Yep. So, we have this double wide is what you want to call it, and then we have this one over here as well. There's Jake Peters, Graham Faw, a couple of PBA bowlers right there.
As you guys can see, I'm not the only one wearing a Christmas shirt in this tournament. I knew I wouldn't be.
Well,
very true.
Saving mine for tonight.
Saving yours for bowling?
Yep.
Ashley Bluford says, hi, Ashley. Hope to see you sometime this weekend.
She's bowling tomorrow morning, so you'll likely see her.
Awesome. I haven't had a chance to digest the list yet. I've looked through it online quite a bit, but it's tough to find your way through that as small as it is, especially on a phone.
Yeah. Well, some teams we know. Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett, top of the list.
Who knows them?
Well, who's Eddie Bird?
Who's Eddie Bird?
We've got Jeremy Grigg, Kurt Riley.
Welcome back, Jeremy. It's been a while.
Kevin Rickey and Troy Morton. We got Graham Faw, the aforementioned, with Mike Jasinski. DJ Archer, heard of him. Jared Thompson. Some other teams we know. Dylan Burns and Aaron Ramsden. If this was sanctioned, Dylan Burns' name would be up there for high series from the match play, if you
Got
remember
it.
years ago.
I do remember.
When
Yeah.
he started with like 8, almost all of them.
We don't call it sanctioned anymore, Lee. We call it certified now.
We got, who else we got that we know? Matt Burdick and Ray Silveri,
The real Ray Silveri.
Andrew Anderson, and Andre Gonzalez. I keep thinking of, I saw Andre G and my mind went to Andre the Giant from, not the wrestler, but what's his name? Norm MacDonald from SNL.
Oh.
Who is Andre the Giant? Well, his name is Andre, and he's a giant. We got Ronnie Fujita with Ryan Stubblefield, John Ralston and Tony Resnick, Carl and Mike Williams, Austin Bowles and Spencer Robarge. You ever heard of them?
Austin's not here.
Okay, then.
Spencer's bowling with someone else, and I don't know for sure, but Austin's not here that I know.
Spencer Robarge and someone else.
Yeah.
Rick Coy and another local bowler, Pete Weber.
Yes.
Well known in the St. Louis bowling circuit. We got Eric and Drew Sachs, Chris Ray and Derek Kindig, Jake and Dan Peters, Andrew Orff and Jorge Rodriguez, Zach Tackett, got some notes I hope, and Justin Knowles, and a bunch of other people that we'll meet for the first time. Or people we'll meet for like the 100th time. We don't know where everybody is yet, unless they're right in front of us.
Mike, I heard you say this morning, as you were watching early, that they looked about as easy as you've seen them before out here. And I was working. I wasn't actually watching where people were playing, but when I looked up and saw where the right-handers were early in on the block, I'm thinking, where in the world are they going to go from there? Because they were in pretty far, pretty quick.
Yeah, it's easy to move in quickly because you can pretty much strike. You can pick an arrow and strike, but as you burn up the oil in the middle of the lane, it does get harder, and you do have to start lofting and whatnot. I didn't think you had to loft to score down the stretch.
We only saw a handful get that far to the left, and there are people who do it often, like E.J. Tackett, like Cody Aldridge. They do it all the time.
And also very well too. It's when the lanes come to them and they can do things that nobody else can do. That's when they run away from everybody, and that's what happened, if I remember right, with E.J. and.
Yeah, they had 492 the last game, so they're likely in first unless somebody else shot 600. And I think we would have heard about that by now.
I would expect. This is the second squad of the day. It's the second of 5 squads for the event. A total of 232 teams bowling this tournament. The last squad will have 48 teams on it, not 46 like the other 4 preceding it.
In case you're wondering why, it was 48 teams per squad last year across 4 squads, and Jerry was going to take both end pairs out of play after talking to the bowlers, but 2 teams would have needed to agree to get off of that squad and move. Only 1 did, so it was 47, and he filled it with a 48.
Yep, all the other squads will have 46, making a total of 232 teams.
So I was doing math in my head on the way up here in the car to make the finals on Sunday. You have to be in the top 5% of the tournament.
Oh,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
and that's 12 teams. So that's how many teams we're actually dealing with out here this weekend, and it's, I mean, just thinking about that, it's pretty daunting. Obviously, 20% or a little bit less than 20% right now make the cashers. I guess we call it still the cashers round because there's more teams that cash besides them, but It's still our our
Yes.
first cut. It's our first cut tomorrow
Yeah.
night. 46 teams tomorrow night is a little bit less than 20% to make it to the first cut.
And I was just informed that there is a team that I named that is not here, which means there is a team that I did not name that is here. And I have no idea who they are, but we'll find out.
Well, I don't understand.
So
Lee.
Kevin, Ricky, and Troy Morton are not here.
Well, I get that, but you were upstairs in the meeting and you heard all the names called. I don't
They
understand.
didn't call the names up there.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not a roll call
Okay.
kind of deal.
Okay, never mind. I would have figured, there must be some,
Right.
some.
So somebody at some point after this list was printed got in, and we'll find out eventually who that is. Watch Graham Faw here, Dennis, on 31. He's playing
Way in
already. I mean, he's got double 9-spare triple. Certainly not going to tell him he's in the right part of the lane, but he is further inside than we saw most of the other lefties at the end of the first one.
I would figure that as a competitor in the event, that you might go out and tell people they're in the wrong part of the lane just to play offense.
He wouldn't listen to me. He probably doesn't even know who I am, nor does he need to. But I mean, we'll get introduced if they win the tournament. But
Everybody in the chat knows who you are. I heard about that this morning.
I got a fan club.
Yeah.
It's led by Pete Barta. And yeah, it's a very exclusive club, which is a polite way to say that there's not a lot of members.
Not a lot of members.
But it got Mike riled up, so that's all okay with me. Did hear a lot of reports during the break about how much the low end that we really didn't watch played differently than this end, which we did watch.
Right.
I'll have to go see for myself at some point. But
Now, I get why we set up down here. I mean, typically this is where the finals are on Sunday and everything, and it makes sense to set it up this way, anticipating where all the scoring is going to, where all the bowling is going to be on Sunday.
Yeah. It's also where the wireless router is.
Got it. Okay. But somebody said they would like to see something on the first 24, and for me, not necessarily just to get more feeds out there. That's not necessary for a tournament like this. But if that end does play a whole lot different than this does down here, it'd be interesting to see that part.
Yeah.
So
we tried a number of years ago with the wireless camera, and we could really only get an extra 3 or 4 pairs down before the signal went out. So
right. Couple of kids from Mobap bowling in front of us out here. You're not watching them on the screen right now, but I'm watching them. They took a little bit to get lined up early on, but they're looking okay right now.
This is just looking around at us. If you were with us this morning, which you were, you heard me rattle off a number of scores just in order.
Right.
And how many times did I say a number that was really high?
Not very.
Not very many.
Yeah.
In front of us, we've got the team of Worm Nest and Worm Nest, which after 8 frames has 80 and 77 left. Their cross team has 67 and 56 left. To our right, we've got a couple nice games on the pair that nobody could score on. 33 and 4, we've got somebody with the front 7. We didn't see one of those until the 4th game this morning. The high end, we have somebody way down on 45 and 6 with the front 7. On 47 and 8, somebody's got at least 5 or 6 in a row. Somebody else on that pair has got 5 in a row.
Trying to see if that's Andrew Anderson possibly that's got. No, it's not. It's that's going to be Johnny Reinheimer, I believe.
No, next pair over.
Next pair over. Oh,
Yep.
okay.
I can't really tell yet, but there's definitely some strings. We didn't see anything remotely like this this morning.
It's interesting. I mean, we don't. Obviously, they just got.
Yeah.
They just got done oiling the lanes literally 10 minutes before we probably went live here. They had a meeting, so they sat probably 15 minutes or so.
I mean, they try and do them all the same. So it's not like they oiled last night for this morning. They would have oiled this morning for this morning.
Right.
Keep the squad equity
Well,
as good as you can, and it's impossible to get it right. But
I'll tell you, though, I've been learning a little bit about just characteristics of lanes and oil and stuff, some of the scientific stuff.
front nine for Robert Hammond, Dennis.
Okay. So just the idea that bowling balls go down the lane and the friction between the lane and the bowling ball itself causes heat. And it causes the temperature of the lane surface to go up. And that means that the oil, even if you oil in between and the lanes don't get back to what the temperature might have been at the beginning of the morning squad, it won't set as like it did for the morning squad.
You want to flip the camera back?
I think so.
So we got a nice big camera here. Let's finish it off on 37 and 8. So Blake Wormnest just finished with 280. We did not see a 280 game until the fourth game this morning. Eric Wormnest had a 7 spare in the sixth.
It was a bad shot. It was the only bad shot I've seen him throw all this game. None of the rest of them have been even questionable. That's Grant Smith up there throwing right now on 38. Nick goes Brooklyn after having a string of 7 in a row.
So they're going to go 230, 244, which is nothing wrong with that.
No, pretty good starting game right
and
there.
Their cross team is already in the books for 80 and then can go 77 over, which I would be confident in saying is the highest game of the tournament by maybe 30 pins. If they can finish it off, that's a good start. I know we had a 528 this morning. If anybody shot higher than that, I don't know about it.
Looking to see if anybody's noticing what's going on. Really, we don't have anybody behind us that even sees this happening in front of us.
Yeah, Robert Hammond didn't miss in the 10th. Can't really tell exactly.
I just saw Andrew Anderson leave a 9-pin on the other stream.
Oh, there he is. I was looking for him. I couldn't find him. He was behind his shirt, Dennis. If you're pretend you're right where I am, his shirt and the pillar are the exact same color.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
He's hiding.
All right, we're gonna have a 550 here in front of us, almost a 560.
Yeah, just for comparison, after 7 games, which is not the finish, 10th place was 284 over. They're 157 over if he strikes after
one game. Yeah.
I mean, this is a very talented team. They bowled this tournament before. One of them even uses his thumb.
Yep.
557 for Team Wormnest. Maybe it's just you're supposed to have the same last name. It worked for the Tackets. We'll see how the Peters team's doing.
That's
If Dan and Jake are striking
Yeah.
as well, then maybe there's something to it. And really not a terrible game on the pair we've got left here, 35 and 36.
correct. We'll watch the finish of that game, and we'll see if there's any action on the previous pair that we can go back to. But let's watch this game finish out here.
Joe Bevilacqua. Mike struggles with that.
So this is going to be a baby 200, assuming a mark in the 10th. There you got.
You get the 220. Cragen and Oviatt, though, have
Right.
46 and 39 left, which is a nice start. Off camera to the way off camera all the way to the right there. Chris Hankins has the second one, the 10th. He's got 279. His partner 215.
I like that they put partners on the same side of the screen in this tournament instead of across
Yep.
from each other. That makes it a whole lot easier to see what's going on game-wise up there.
Yep. It's asked in every squad meeting in this event. And if it's not answered, I make sure it's answered because people are going to come up to the booth and it's like, are we supposed to stay on the same lane or both across from each other?
Right.
We can't tell what you got if you're split. I mean, we can, but it's more work.
Sure.
Well, Chris Hankins, I clouded him. He had 79 left, 248.10 in the 10th for 275. Still a good start, 490.
Oviatt won the first one in the 10th, and this is going to be a an 80 over game and one half of what we saw on the pair to the right of them. Over.
Over. All right, over.
I mean, it looks pretty good on the screen, too. That's the thing. It just looks good on the screen, and it's going to be half of what the other game was over here.
I mean, they haven't missed as a team since the 6th frame.
Right.
Now they have.
Right.
I made sure of that.
Yep. Still close to 80 over. One more shot here, and then we can probably, I can't see if there's action. Is there action in the other pair over there? So we can go
we still
back.
got a little bit left.
That was it. So that's a 76 over, 74 over?
74.
74 over there, and like I said, one half of what we saw on the pair next to them. So that was a crazy, crazy first game. 157 in one game. That's the kind of game you need on Sunday.
Yep.
Who bowled 280 and 277?
Worm nests.
Who?
Worm nests.
Worm Nests.
Yeah.
Is that their last names?
Yes.
Worm and Nest?
Yep. We figured out now that we think that you have to have.
If you guys ever see stuff like this in here, you click those three dots
Okay.
and click hide user on the channel.
Okay.
And then it deletes it all.
Got it.
Thank
you.
So
Yeah, they have to have the same last name now to be effective in the tournament. We've decided. So
okay.
So I'm thinking that Matt Burdick might want to change his name to Ray Silveri and be Matt Silveri and Ray Silveri so they can be effective in this tournament.
Okay. All right, I got you. Now, earlier you guys were talking about Spencer Robarge, and he was supposed to bowl with who?
Austin Bolts.
Austin Bolts.
Austin Bolts is here and bowling with him.
He is.
Yeah, I was down there.
Look at that. He's now returned.
Awesome. 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 Okay.
So that's that. And then I noticed it's pretty full down there. There's a lot of bowlers down there, and there's a lot of spectators down there. And then Andrew Orff and his partner opened up with a pretty big first game.
Yeah. Dennis, proving our theory again. The scoreboard on 29 is Jake and Dan Peters. So Jake can shoot 257, and Dan can also shoot 257.
That's awesome.
I'm going to change your guys' audio levels in your earpieces a little bit. I think it's going to sound better. It's going to be a little bit softer, but I don't think it's, I think it was a little staticky in our ears. Is that better?
It's better.
I think it's better.
Cool.
That was Jake. Yep. To finish, right?
He's got, yep, 267, I'm sorry. I shorted him one. Dan has 57.
So it wouldn't be out of the question to shoot 157 over and think that you're going to have a pretty good lead, and now you're only looking at 30 pins possibly.
And Mike said Andrew Orff and Jorge Rodriguez had a big number. He just didn't say what it was.
It's because I wasn't there to watch the end of the 10th
But
frame.
does it start with a 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that Jorge or is it George?
I asked. It's Jorge.
Okay.
I also had another person come up, and a person said, "How did you and your partner bowl?" And he goes, we just had 490. We just had 490.
Just 490.
And I'm thinking to myself, 90 times 8, 720.
Yes.
Leading the tournament is 561. I have a theory about this. People have a preconceived notion of what it's going to take to do good in this tournament. And I think that if they don't look around, which obviously that person was not, they don't realize how good that is, that they have that at this point. So
yeah, it was just, bizarre.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I do have some good news. And these will be sent out on social media shortly. As we finish up this game number 1, here are the standings.
From last squad.
From last squad. E.J. Tackett and Natalie Tackett lead. How cool is that? 561 over. Cleveland and Lay at 471 are second. Withers and Stevens are third at 469. Then a big drop off to fourth. 388 over. Fifth is Delk and Schaefer at 380 over. Kirkendall and Wilson in sixth at plus 320. Crummel and Summer only 308 over. Jerome and Howard 306 over. Everybody else was 300, less than 300 over.
So we're going to put these into tiers. We've got Tackett and Tackett, who are borderline. If they're not going to be in the top 12, they're at least within shouting distance of it by the time we're all done. Cleveland, Lay, Withers, and Stevens, not going to be in the top 12, still in a pretty good spot. And then you've got two more teams, Courtney and Heath, Delk and Schaefer, that are way far behind them. And then you've got a 60-pin gap to everybody else.
When you say not in the top 12, you're talking
after
about
all 5 squads.
After all 5 squads, okay.
Yep.
So,
all right. So interestingly, in Game 7, Cleveland and Lay and Tackett were tied at the top of the standings at 469. So Tackett and Tackett go 90 over. Cleveland and Lay go 2 over and don't drop any spots.
That's correct.
That's crazy.
And Withers and Stevens went from 379 to 469. They shot 90 over and didn't pass anybody.
That's just stupid. At the top of the standings there.
So there you have. The standings will be out on our social media shortly. Moving into scene here, we got Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett. Tim opened up with a shot where he didn't have very good footing, left the 610, then chopped the 10 off of the 610. Shea did not strike on his first ball. I did not see what he did, but
He left a 4-pin.
But basically, what happens here is you move through the house. They were down on the end that isn't hooking as much, using the other lane machine. Now they get the cross to come down here to where there's a different lane machine, and they appear to be hooking based off of what people said the last squad down on this end a little bit more. And Shea goes through the face, and Tim just makes a bad shot. I'm sorry, Shea goes high for a 4-pin. Tim goes through the face on a bad shot. Now, you know, what's the adjustment here for Tim? What do you guys think he would do here? Is he going to make a big move? Or do you think this could be a 4-pin or a 4-9 or something like that for him?
I think it's probably likely that it'll be that. Let's see what happens. But both of Shea's shots.
Ooh, high flush.
How dare you doubt Tim Barrett?
Yeah, but that one more board left, that would have been a 4-pin.
Both of Shea's shots were really angular off the back end down here just now. I mean, the first one was that way, and then especially then I watched it. You know, he hooked it at the 4-pin. He didn't go straight at it, and I watched the way that ball came off the back of the pattern, and it was just a big hockey stick on the other end, basically. Yeah. So Shea's second ball was in the pocket, obviously, but. Yeah, I don't doubt Tim Barrett. There's nobody in the world in their right mind that would doubt Tim Barrett, but I've watched him enough. I heard Mike Dole talking about Shea this morning, saying that he's talented enough to win.
Yeah, potentially win on tour if
he would have gone out. Had he gone out. So,
Ken Ames in the chat. Hello, Ken. How are you? Good to see you, bud. And also Jackie Bowling in the chat. And she's super excited that Shea and Tim are on the stream right now. If you want to watch our second channel, which is available this year on our YouTube page, you can go see the second channel with no commentary. I see Tim Grundler over there. No, Stubblefield. I see Stubblefield.
Yeah.
I see Stubblefield, excuse me. Ronnie Fujita. I see Ryan Freigovel over there. And I'm not sure who else I see over there.
Interestingly, that you looked at Ryan and thought of Tim. Those three guys right there are very, very talented sport shot bowlers. All of them. Obviously, come the other two from a collegiate program. But the idea that they weren't afraid, they weren't ever afraid of putting in their money and going and bowling Team USA trials. I'd see them in Las Vegas a lot, bowling in the middle of that field out there. So there's Shea again, and that was a nice shot right there. He made his adjustment.
What did Tim do? Sorry, I was.
Shea just struck. Okay. Tim hasn't done anything
yet. Okay, got it. I'm used to. I'm used to Tim bowling first with those two. I don't know why. I think they definitely are sparky down here. I do think they hook about 2 feet sooner. That's an easy way to kind of think about it. The ball wants to hook 2 feet sooner, and when that happens, it can. I mean, we just saw a trip 4-pin right there.
Jeff Dancy.
So do they go through the house twice?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Okay, so do you think
it's pretty much almost every other game you're on the different oil machine? Almost. Some won't. It'll be like a 1-2.
Do you think it would be worse to be like in this area for 2 games and get an arm swing for that, and then go down there and try to bowl your third game, or to switch from here and go down there to a completely different condition right away?
I think, Dennis, if you're a caliber bowler, like if you're a good bowler. Andrew Orff just left a 3-6-10 over on 39, and he has yet to double after those two. I don't know. What did they bowl? Did you get the official score?
I did not.
Okay. I saw you were texting with him or something. So I don't think it really – I think that they'll know now. I think they'll know now.
I'm sure they're all watching, and the word's getting around really quick in here about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I heard. I mean, in your chat this morning with Mike Dole, he was deciding, equipment-wise, and he was looking at what he might use down there versus what he might use down on this end and stuff. So
at this point, I know it sounds nuts to say this because it's just a house pattern, but you could almost treat this as like a dual pattern event. You really could.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, some of these tournaments where you bowl, that's a great shot by Shea, but where you bowl on each lane is different.
So the machine down there is a custodian. I looked at it a while ago. Was the red on the outside? Is this an ion machine down here? The black
I don't
one?
know. I don't know any of that.
It is.
They're two different machines.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Two different machines.
Yeah.
Well, then that's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Hey, Shay, how much different are they down here? 4 boards, 4 left. With your feet, eyes 2. I just asked Shay, many of you probably picked that up and heard it anyway. I just asked Shay, how much different are they down here? And he said they are 4 and 2.
That one was in and didn't hold.
Right.
And that's what I mean. I think it feels, I'm not saying that the lane, I don't think it's oiling shorter. It's playing shorter.
Yep.
Definitely. I mean, he was 22 or 3 at the arrows.
There's a balk.
Right? That one, I think, from what I can see, 22 or 3 at the arrows already, and this is game 2.
I think he just cut it short. I don't think he got through it real good.
Right.
I don't think his footing is 100% great. Another thing for everybody at home to know, we are going to be using this end of the building for the finals, like every year that we do. So I don't know what lane machine they're going to use down here for the finals. As long as it's the same one, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Really, in my eyes. But I would use the slicker of the two of whatever's putting down a slicker conditioner that holds up longer, especially for match play. In theory, it's the same pattern. Yes. And again, it's like a 18-1 or something ridiculous across the house, but it can make a difference.
And then there's the characteristics of the house itself. You have, 2 add-ons. 30 through the 40 was an add-on. 41 to 50 is an add-on. And then McKendree plays on 3 through 10, so that's going to change the topography.
Right.
So you could use one oil machine and it's still not going to play like the same.
It isn't just that they play down there. I think it has to do with the different conditions that are put out down there as often as they are too. Not on whereas down here, probably more often than not, it's house on top of house on top of house all the time. So
unless they have a big college tournament that covers the whole thing.
And then that would be for a week. It might make a difference or whatever.
Real quick, I'm going to bounce down here real quick.
All right.
That is Bolds, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I see the mannerisms now. I think he was turned around a while ago, and it didn't look like Austin to me. But I've known Austin for a long time. I just didn't recognize that it was him.
By the way, for those of you that don't know, I'll come back over here. I know we got some Bittenbender and Barrett fans here. But Dennis, I want to bring this to your attention. I think this is pretty important. Very nice shot there by Shea.
Yes.
Here's Robars. But I want to bring this to your attention while Robars is bowling. This was mentioned this morning in the chat. It's good to have Lee back. Always enjoy his commentary.
A great shot by Spencer there, Dennis.
Yes, it was. That's a pretty good start by Austin and Spencer together, I would say.
Yep.
Not bad.
Are you waiting for a comment on that, Mike?
No, I'm not. We're just going to keep bringing it up. That will be the theme of the weekend.
Gotcha. All right, let's see Tim. Let's see what Tim's move here is. He went right. That's
to the pocket.
Yeah. That was more like 18 at the arrows if I saw that right from where I was sitting right here and further out. I think he's basically doing when I say going around the shot is what he's doing right there instead of trying to hold it on line and let it feed off the back of the pattern like he did over here.
Down here, the miss is right. Yeah. Down there, you might have missed left and right.
Yeah. I'm watching and I'm not making fun of him by any means, but I'm watching Greg look in front of me here, and God bless him for being out there still being able to bowl this tournament. I wish I could, but he's walking around like I do right now. I mean, calculated steps. I can't make a change if I'm in a crowd. I can't make a change quickly if somebody's coming at me fast or something like that. I just got to stop and let him run into me because my ankles won't take it anymore.
Yeah.
But he's out there bowling. He's willing to bowl 8 games. So, like I said, God bless him for being able to do that.
He pulled me aside and said his wrist hurts, his knee hurts. He hasn't
shot,
really
Shay.
bowled much of anything in 2 months, and he's out here fighting.
Yep.
Oh, right through the face for Spencer.
And he rolled his eyes.
He knows he's on live stream.
Well,
he's used to it, but he knows.
I think he might have changed a quarter of a board and thought that the ball didn't react the way it was supposed to.
I think he just threw it into the lane, threw it slow, or hit up on it too much. One of those 3 things.
Mine was sarcasm. Yours was not. Come on, Tim, make a shot here.
We're going to have to work on that.
No, we don't. Did he get away with it?
No.
Okay.
I think when you come down here, you could almost move 6 left.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with him, especially where I saw his ball cross the arrows just now with Shea. When I say him, I'm sorry, folks. I was surprised when Shea said it was a 4-4 move for him.
4-2, yeah.
4-2.
4-2.
4-2. For where he's at right now in the lane, that's still pretty angular, though. I mean, he's.
From what I can tell, though, is, Shea gets around it a little bit more, which delays hook.
Yeah. But, I mean, from the part of the lane where he's at, he has to, though, to get the ball to come back off the back of the lane, too. That's
right.
That's one of those new balls. What's that?
It's a fate.
Fate.
Austin strikes again.
Oh, very nice. He's smiling. He knows he got away with that one.
He's got the light hit, right? He's got the get it in, and it's light.
Yeah.
And that's that ball. That's that trick ball roll, and that's also the bowling ball he has in his hand.
Yeah.
That was a nice shot there.
Calvin Grace 10 straight back, bowling with Greg as usual.
Andrew and Jorge bowled a big game down there, but right now in the 5th frame, Andrew only has 81, Jorge 94.
Tim tried to do the same thing that he did over there last time, and the ball didn't recover.
He walked away and revealed that the 10 was still there.
Yep.
Like, that's an odd lead. It's 2-7. Oh, wait. But wait, there's more.
Andrew Orff has lost so much weight. Holy cow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Tim. Got one. Get in the bowl with Andrew this year on a team. Enjoy it. Maybe I'll start helping at some point.
So Shea and Tim have 100 over out if they both go off the sheet, but
and folks, Greg, look, he was a hell of a bowler in his prime.
Yeah.
That dude won so much stuff around the area.
I don't think he ever got the credit he deserved for.
I agree.
At that time.
That's kind of why I was making that comment.
Yeah.
And to switch from being left-handed to right-handed somewhere in there. Every so often he says, wait, started on the wrong foot.
What do we think Shea's going to do here?
I think he's going to strike again.
This is kind of like one of those wrap 10 situations for Shea.
And by wrap 10, you mean flat 10 that goes.
Oh, my God.
Do the replay on that one. You got to.
I almost called
You
that.
got to do the replay on that one.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. There it is. And leaner. Oh. Look, I've watched Shea bowl enough. Okay.
Yeah.
When he's got that hold that nobody else does, it helps him bowl a big game, but he also leaves those 10 pins sometimes.
Right.
And, you know, I thought that was going to be it right there.
Come on, Timmy.
It's just reading too early. It's just he's not getting it down the lane. It's just it needs to push 2 more feet, and that can be through what you do with your hand, what you do with your speed, or what the bowling ball can do to help you.
Well, I think also the way I'm seeing this right now, I believe that the left lane is hooking more than the right lane.
I
on
agree.
37 and
I
8,
agree with you.
And I think he's making adjustments. I mean, he tricked himself and didn't make it back to the pocket on 38, and then probably didn't give it on 37 what he should have at that point.
And one of the reasons why we're giving you the in-depth analysis here of these two is we've covered them so much that this should give you guys an in-depth analysis, because we're so familiar with their games, of what's really going on out there as you transition from pair to pair. So some of the teams we don't know as well, so it's a bit more difficult for us to commentate and say, oh, well, that guy tendency is this or that, because we just don't know their games enough. But there is one way for us to know their games a lot more. Make the finals.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's that 6-pin leaner.
That's 2 hits that he's had on that lane, very similar like that. And
Tim is making a ball change.
Tim also has left the 3-6-10 twice on the left lane too. In how many frames? 7, 8.
Yeah, you know what I'd like to see Tim in right now? I'd like to see Tim in like a phase 2, or maybe even an IQ tour.
That burns up a little bit early.
If he's going to continue to throw it kind of into the lane and get it into a heavy roll, he needs a ball that lays off down lane. This is another pearl.
good shot.
Right.
Yeah, it worked. I still think that might be a little too strong.
I get what you're saying, and I wouldn't be, especially, and like the games go so fast that it would be difficult to do it. But I'd almost use 2 different balls on each on this pair. Right now.
Potentially. Yeah, I could see that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty ballsy. I mean, you know, you're bowling on a house shot.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And you're moving every game.
You think you would just move in a
Yeah.
little bit? I don't know if
Yeah.
I'd be switching. There's
Yeah.
DJ Archer, by the way. Whenever DJ Archer can get in and hook it.
Yeah, he's
And
got.
he's shooting 260 this game, right?
Yep, his partner's in the high 220s. 228.
Yep.
Is DJ on camera pair?
He's on 33 and 4.
So that's no. That's the pair that we skipped for the finals. So DJ just missing our pair. I'm pretty good friends with DJ. We've gotten to know each other really well.
All right, folks, we're watching Shea, and remember the frame 1 was a 4-pin on the right lane, and they just came off some of the pairs down there that don't hook as much. So that was a guess, and he made his change quickly and has gotten a couple of. I mean, they were great shots, but he got a couple of decent carries.
He got a couple of light hits.
And then the flat 10 on 37 that the pin
Yep.
rolled into.
Yep.
So that's a little faster.
But
that
he,
one
but
was
he,
fantastic.
But he is getting the ball to go left to right through the front part of the lane, through the mid lane to the break point with speed.
Yeah.
And his trajectory when he comes up through the ball is with projection to
Yes.
push the ball down the lane.
Whereas,
he's not
like you're talking about
he's
Tim,
not dropping it into the lane or throwing it into the lane, and you see that weight block start to work right away.
Right.
He also gets a little on the side of it. He's got a little more axis rotation, which also delays hook, and that's matching up perfectly.
Isn't it interesting, though, how well those two bowl together with such completely different styles in the way they throw the ball down the lane?
Yeah, but I still think they kind of play the same part of the lane.
Well, they do.
But their ball roll's just different.
Yeah.
That might hook.
Beautiful.
I
Absolutely
thought,
beautiful.
I thought that one rolled a little bit more into the lane, but it was.
I think his look in there, though, is so good.
No,
Just-
look is on the other side.
Yeah, Greg Look is on the other team, Lee.
Hi, Lee. Merry Christmas.
But even so, we talked about 490 is a good score, right?
Yeah.
This is where teammates help each other out.
Yeah.
You know, Tim would love to have this game back and probably go at it differently. But his double in the 10th is huge.
Trying to think what he did when he did strike on the left lane. So it
Remember,
was.
it was high flush. It was
Yeah,
high
it was
run
high
over-
flush
yeah.
when we talked about what it was going to do. Yeah, that's right.
Little 290.
Little 290. This first hit for Tim is huge for them in this game.
Yeah.
Just to, so you don't waste pins from Shea.
Right. Yep. Shea can add 90 and Tim can add 1.
Yes.
And that 1 is huge, honestly. Because you don't want this to turn into 70 over.
Andrew R finished off big there,
Nice.
or is finishing off big
Yep.
anyways. He's looking at 230 with another strike.
So to the folks that are watching at
There
home,
you go.
Beautiful.
If you-
Absolutely beautiful.
if you want to tip for this tournament, you're still yet to bowl. When you move down to the high end and you're right-handed, you might want to just move 6 and 3.
And see what happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might just want to move 6 and 3.
And it's hard to say how they transition on the other end too. The move might even be bigger later in the day. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, they could hold up longer down there and blow up more down here.
Or the other way around
Hello,
and make
DJ.
become
Or the
more.
other name, right, yeah.
Look at that.
That was a good
look. At that.
That was a good look. All right, Lane. All right, Tim, come on. Make a good shot here.
Tim
220 for
Tim-
Andrew.
Tim looks over, sees Greg.
Yep.
And we're going to clear some dead wood.
Well, George just got the first strike in the 10th.
Jorge.
I take liberties.
Ah.
Jesse Mapp the third over here on 35 and 6 also. I know Jesse Jr. is watching.
Oh.
Standings after the first block are now out on Inside Bowling Social.
Big shot here for Tim Barrett.
This is a confidence booster too, if nothing else.
And it went through the nose, 3-6-10 again. And I think he thought he threw it good.
Oh. Hip, hip.
So we turn it into
George?
78 over with a spare here.
Yep. 78.
Still not a bad game. $35 and 6 is rough over there, it looks like. Get every pin. There we go. All right. 78 over. Barrett and Bittenbender.
I also want to take a look at something really quick.
What's that?
I'm working on it.
I think he's going to see if we can go back and see difference in where he was playing and how he might have delivered the ball earlier in the game.
No, I wanna break down Tim's game here for a minute in super slow-mo, okay? And
Gotcha.
this is gonna take a bit to develop. But when Tim is bowling his best, his arm swing is straight and doesn't go left or right. I want you to watch this here. And if you're and I got this in super slow-mo, so I apologize for the amount but watch his arm. That actually looks okay.
Yeah. It does.
That's the 3-6-10 shot, though, right?
That
Yeah.
is. It is a 3-6-10 shot. I was thinking maybe he wasn't stepping left enough for as far left as he's playing, but his crossover step looks just fine too to me. I was watching that carefully.
To me, it looked like he was too far. Looked like he was too far. Because his arm swing was moving a little bit. It might have just been on the spare that I just caught it.
Yep.
Could be.
Austin Bold's 241, solid mystery jackpot score. Robar's finished with 226.
Austin opened twice in a row.
Now front 7, split,
Okay.
spare,
Okay.
strike. Lost enough count on the split to make it 241 possible.
Got it. Okay. How of a difference does having the collage practicing on the low end of the house make a difference? I think everybody's.
College.
I think everybody has an opinion on that. Number of different things. We talked about the fact that they change patterns every single. I mean, and they're bowling on tough patterns, so there's.
Yep.
You know, the lane, if there is such a thing as lane memory and they don't strip it off completely every time, then that's going to make that different. Typically in a house, they will say that the lanes in front of the desk for open play get used a lot more than other parts of the house, and so probably this end down here wouldn't get used as much as the middle part up there from, what is it? That's not even the practice lanes. That would be the next set of lanes probably to the practice lanes, right?
Yep.
But this is a pretty busy house from what I'm hearing. So if they have.
Yeah, that's why I say that's really 5 houses.
Okay.
McKendree, counterplay, which is what you're just talking about, in front of the counter. 33 through 40 is an add-on. 41 through 50 is an add-on. And then everything else, which is like 20, 24, 25 to 32, is just whatever's left. I've found when you're bowling long sets like this one, that's where you want to finish.
Okay.
25, because the fronts are okay, and it usually plays fair enough. If you're bowling game 8 and you need a game, all else equal, which it's not, I'll take those 8 over anything else.
Jesse Mapp with a triple now.
That was a pretty good shot too. His hand position was really good at the bottom on that one.
Thanks for sharing that commentary with us, Lee.
That's all I know.
I sent you a message.
Uh-oh.
That's awesome.
Who had it?
Oh.
CRA is Craig. Craig. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Cragen had 300 down there. Do we have a Cragen on the sheet?
Yeah, there's a Craig, and he was bowling on
right here in front of us.
35 and 6 the first game. So
Jason Cragen bowling with Russ Oviatt. Bowled 300 the last
Jason
game.
Craig E.N.
Oh, Matt and Robin, no biggie.
So that was game 2.
Yeah.
Third 300 of the event so far. They had a pretty solid start, so I would, although there's a 550, they're crossing with the Worm Nest, so they know where the lead is.
Right.
We go to game number 3.
Voila.
And I think Pete Weber's close. Kenny Seymour.
He's on 34.
33 and 4 right off camera.
No, I think we got him right here.
Do we?
That's his ball rolling down the lane.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Knocking them all down.
29 to 32 we have.
There's that local guy, Pete Weber.
Him and Rick Coy. Rick called me an old man earlier, so I commented on that. He said, well, you're older than me, and I'm old, so that makes you old.
I mean, his logic is sound.
Yeah,
Does it mean he has to say it? No, no, he doesn't.
it's okay. Interesting partnership over here on 39 and 40.
Okay.
Jeremy Keneally and Mark Hood.
This is game 3, yeah.
Yep.
Starting? Yep.
I got to go swap out that other graphic.
Okay. It's been a while since I bowled this tournament, Lee.
Yep.
And it feels like it goes pretty fast back here. What's it like out there? I mean, you bowled last year.
I bowled last year.
Does it go fast out there too? Is it going fast past you, or does it feel like a slow pace, or what's going on out there?
If you don't have anything, like we didn't last year, it goes by really fast.
Okay.
If you've got something, I think it would feel like you're going really slow. But if it's speedballing out of control and you're shooting 180, 190, 2-0,
And
2 or
it's
3
almost
games
like,
in a row.
Yeah, and it's almost like there's not enough time left for me to fix this, right? I understand
I mean,
that feeling.
you kind of have a feeling for like until game 5 or 6. All right, everybody in this tournament is capable of popping a good 5.
Yeah.
You pop 2 of those in a row, all right. But then you kind of run out of time.
Right. So I mentioned that. Yeah, I consider that an interesting pairing. I know Jeremy and everybody says they want a lefty if they can get one. All the righties want a lefty in this house.
Yep.
Right. So that makes sense that he did that. But I don't. I mean, Jeremy's high school stuff. Mark was more in the Arnold Bowl area, wasn't he? When he did high school coaching and stuff like that, I believe.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mark Hood in the Arnold Bowl before it was torn down, obviously, recently, but that's where he was coaching high school out of, right?
I believe so, yeah.
I think so, too.
He managed Arnold Bowl for several years as well.
I'm just trying to figure out the pairing between Jeremy and Mark. I mean, Jeremy went and got him a left-hander.
Who's he bowling with, Jeremy? Who?
Mark Hood, Jeremy Keneally.
Oh, Keneally. Okay.
Yeah. And he's McKendree student.
Right.
So.
Well, a lot of them get their stuff. All right. Hood hangs out at Orf's. Andrew drills a lot of balls for the.
All right. Well, that'll make sense. Jeremy's Team USA, or Junior Team USA right now. So that's interesting. That one went out of the window.
Yep.
Jason Cragen's going to come down and open a present. Come right over here.
So we can get you on the camera.
All right, let's bring it into the booth right here. Mr. Cragen right here. Yep, let's open her up. Let's see what we got here.
Mike, that is a fantastic wrapping job. He just destroyed.
Yeah. Oh wow, we got cookies. Oreo,
60
Chips
packs.
Ahoy, golden Oreos.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Nice bowling.
No, thank you so much.
What'd you guys shoot as a team last game?
347 or 547.
547. Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Yep.
Yep.
All right.
They didn't quite tell the Worm Nests, all right, we see your 557 and raise you a 547, but darn near matching is pretty good enough.
Right.
Yeah. Where were we? Were we over here?
We were, yes.
Yeah.
So I just saw a Tim Barrett ball reaction out of the guy who's bowling on lane 37 in front of us. It looked exactly the same.
And Shay and Tim, do they move to the other end now?
See,
Yeah, they're down on the
They're
end.
gone.
They're down on 3 and 4
wow.
because I see Jesse Mapp is down on 47, 48.
Okay.
So Shay and Tim have moved all the way down to 3 and 4.
So that will be one of those back and forth ones like you talked about earlier where they go every other game on
Right, but I think Shay
Different.
and Tim will now bowl 2 on the
two
low
on
end.
the low end.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
gotcha.
of where their placement is. Then they'll go
Yeah.
back to the high end for probably 2.
2.
Yeah, works out that each team will bowl 4 on each half, but they're not guaranteed to go 2, 2, 2, 2. What's the viewer count at, Mike?
Uh, 696 on this channel, 179 on the second channel.
All right.
Hi, Larry. Glad you're watching. I know you'll be here tomorrow morning for the Parker and Justin show. That was fun watching last year. For sure. Will it be one-handed Justin or two-handed Justin that we see in this tournament?
Two-handed, I'm sure. Almost positive.
Well, I would assume he's. Well, I mean, if he came straight from college.
He's not bowling college.
Oh, he's not
right
bowling
now.
college.
No, he's not this year. He's working back at the name escapes me, but they have a training center at Howell Lanes in Howell, New Jersey right now, and it is.
Isn't it the Bone Training Center?
I don't think it's something as simple as that. It's something. It's got a name, and I don't remember what it is. I should know what it is, but if it's invented for training or for teaching bowling, it's there. It's fantastic. Bones Elite Training, possibly, or something like that.
But my point was, if he was closer, he might have brought 2 sets of equipment. If he came from further afield, he probably only has 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How many 300s did you have on the first block? 2. Lefties or righties? Do you remember?
Righties.
Righties. So that's 3 now?
Yes.
All right-handed?
Cragen might have been.
No, I think he was
he was
right-handed.
right-handed.
I think he was.
Maybe his partner was left-handed.
Maybe.
Or-
I thought he was right-handed when we were watching him over here a while ago.
Chattel tells.
They're not shutting off the monitors between the squads, so they are going to go into some funky colors throughout the day.
Oh, okay.
You would assume at some point they'd start over. I doubt they have 24 different color schemes. I mean, it's possible, but.
I see everybody in the chat. Glad to have you all with us. Certainly do appreciate you being here. See you on both channels.
Oh, they're saying Cragen is left. Theo says in the chat.
The name of the training center is Bones Elite Training.
So I guessed. And I was right.
Train here, win there is their motto.
Yep.
That works.
And I've seen some of the pricing. I don't know if whenever I've seen it on Facebook and whatnot that it's a special or whether it's their normal thing, but what I've seen makes it look like if you're in that area and you don't take advantage of it, you're silly, because it looks to me like very affordable to learn about your game. They do things like they do crash courses right before Junior Gold and different things like that out there for kids that are from the area and that are going. And
Yep. Matt Sanders wants to know if I'm doing any PSA card reveals on the stream today. No, I'm not. Thank you, Matt. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Mark Hood crosses over and strikes.
Again.
Still has 270. Again, I didn't see the other one. So
Yeah. Multi-directional striking abilities of Mark Hood. Tom Hess in the building, Mike Flanagan. Thought I was getting a little warmer in here.
Thought I smelled something.
Oh.
Well, we're in game 3. I've been checking my emails for scores. Don't see it yet.
Oh, wow.
You want to flip
So-
us over to this?
That was just okay. So yeah,
Yeah,
we say wow. We said wow for something in front of us, folks. You weren't watching it on the screen, but we said wow for something in front of us.
what?
That's interesting already, huh?
Yeah, game 3. And
That's Zach Tackett missing the head pin, right?
But he
He
lofted.
slid in the left lane.
Yeah.
There is some hang if you go too much left or right. What you guys are talking about was just a solid 9 right
It was
here.
a solid. It was a solid 9, but I mean he had struggled with the pocket like Tim did on that lane for 2 shots in a row, and then he goes around it and actually has a good shape to the pocket and it leaves a solid 9 for him. So.
Justin Goodman says, fun question for discussion. What do you all think is the single best game or match of all time? For me, it's Albie Ozio 300-279 or Weber Haugen 89-79 when Pete screams he ain't getting his first one. Those are both really good ones, but I still go back to Landmark Lanes, Brian Goebel, Norm Duke,
Yeah.
296-280.
Weber, Fagan. Rings a bell.
Yeah.
And not just because of the outburst afterwards. It was a 1-pin match. For a major.
Yeah.
Those don't happen very often.
Folks, I know you. I see. We see you're asking for standings. We don't have them yet. This is we're in the middle of game 3 right now.
There was a computer issue at the end of the first block that kind of put put them behind. They've fixed all that good stuff, but we'll have them to us.
And if you're just tuning in, I'm Mike Flanagan on Inside Bowling. Dennis Hacker is here as well, and Lee Boudouris. R. Maslowski is asking about Brian, who I worked with on the PBA 50 tour, and they're asking if we're doing the senior tour this year. I don't know how much I'm going to be involved with the senior tour this year. I'm going to be very involved in the regular tour, but I only have so many days that I can travel. So I'm sure I'll have some involvement. But I think Brian and Craig Elliott you'll probably see most of the time out there, amongst other folks. You might see an Emil here or there, or me here and there.
That whole situation is getting a lot of talk right now, Mike.
I know.
It's pretty exciting, honestly. I'm proud of that.
Lane 37 hooks like 3 boards more than probably 8 of these lanes right here.
I would agree with you. And that was just an awful bit of luck right there in front of us with a 2-4-6-10.
I just realized why it hooks more.
I'm waiting.
There's been a hammering the lane. And notice that the head of the hammer is on the left lane.
Yes.
It's been beating it up. I wonder if they would move that banner like vertical.
I
Think they would move it vertical for us so that the lane plays a little slicker?
It's pretty much there all the time. I think it's staying right where it is, Mike.
That banner hangs here all year?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's been hammering down. That's why the lane hooks so darn much.
Nice little 510 from Eric Sachs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he wanted to leave the 510.
No, after a 5-bagger, that had to be a stinger, right?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say that had to be.
You know, that's the old throw your purse at it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
It's like not hitting it past the ladies' tees on the golf course.
That was a nice shot right there after
Yeah.
leaving a solid 9 the time before.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have to bowl in that lane anymore, so he's probably breathing good.
Well, we're sure hoping we're going to see Pete Weber in one of these games coming through here, and I think we will possibly see him by the end of the day coming back through here. I think he'll be on 35 and 6 if it shakes out the same way it did earlier today. Because I watched him throw 3 shots, and all 3 of them, I thought he looked really good through the ball on this pattern. But Pete did just leave a 610 and covered it. He's only got 220 left. Rick Coy can only bowl 220 as well. Let's let everybody know what's going on here this weekend in case they're just tuning in. Obviously, it's the Holiday Doubles Tournament. It's been going on 39 years. We've been streaming it for about 10, maybe 12 now. I think 2012 was the first year we streamed it. Maybe it was 2011, actually. The first IB Open was 2011. Did I stream the Holiday Doubles the year before or the year after?
So
Well,
this tournament predates internet.
It wasn't. It definitely wasn't 2010. It was either 11 or 12.
okay, in 2010, I streamed it pair-to-pair with Doug Lakey with my laptop.
That's where I met you.
Yep. By the way, folks.
It is good to have Lee back.
I think 11. See that shot from Pete over there? It looked great. In case you missed it. Here it is again. You're going to see it off the left side of your screen. Pete's going to come in. Watch, right and through it, down and through the pin, to arm out to the side. Lanes are hooking. No problem.
Pretty good knee bend, too, for as old as he is.
That's what I'm saying. He looks good on the lanes right now.
Yeah.
How much of the PBA 50 did he bowl this year?
All of it,
All of it?
except for the term he got disqualified in.
I may have heard about that. I don't remember.
Yeah, we won't rehash that, but so this event, I mean, it used to be 24 teams, 48 teams, 72 teams, 30-something teams, 24 teams, whatever. We moved over to this bowling center, and it's amassed over 200 entries now, 230 entries, 232 to be exact, I believe.
Yep, with the extra 2 squads tomorrow afternoon, that'll put us at 232, which means 58 cash.
Tournament is sponsored by Hammer. We had a squad this morning that started at 8 a.m. We are watching the B squad right now that started at 1:30. We'll be back with C squad tonight at 7 o'clock. Come back in the morning at 8 a.m. for D squad. At 2 p.m. tomorrow will be the E squad. At 7:30 will be the semifinals. The top 46 come back again. Lee, how many cash for it? 58?
It should be 58, but that's not confirmed.
Okay. And then that cut, I mean, that's a severe cut, 230 to 46.
We were talking about it's less than 20%,
Yep. And then you cut from 46 to 12.
which is less than 5%.
Round robin match play will begin Sunday morning at 9 a.m.
So I remember when it used to be A, B, and C was a reentry squad,
Yep.
Yep,
and they didn't necessarily fill it.
that is correct. And then Inside Bowling came along, and I remember one of the early years, whichever one it was, there was one spot opened up on C Squad, and it was something like a 15-way shake to enter.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to come bowl, come put your name on the list, and they drew it out.
Gentlemen, here are our standings through 2 games of this squad.
Woods and Collins, they're over here, Mike, on 39 and 40. They can shoot 59 and 13. They're in the lead, 222 over. Cragen and Oviatt, helped by that 300 game, 221 over. Fa and Jasinski, 209. Sachs, look at this again,
I know,
Dennis.
I'm
Sachs
seeing
and
it.
Sachs, 194.
I'm seeing it.
Barrett and Bittenbender, 174. Jones and Hankins, 170. Worm Nest and Wernest are tied at 7th with Thompson and DJ Archer. So they went 557, 407.
407, yeah.
Knowles and Zach Tackett, 162. In 10th place,
Andrew and George.
Andrew and Rodriguez at 160 over.
He's not going to like me whenever he listens back to this, and
No.
I keep calling him George.
There
but
were 39 of the 46 teams after 2 games plus something.
and Peters in 11th.
Although Douglas in 34th is not helping our theory.
No,
They'll get hot.
but then you've got Silverian 13th.
Weber and Coy, 123 over.
So yeah, right now, after 2 games, 10th place is 160. After 2 games, 10th place was 102.
Mike Ashley's in the chat, and she says bring the IB Open back. Just throwing it out there.
When can you have it?
You're right.
April and May is pretty booked solid between all the tours. Nationals is going on.
Yep.
I actually commented on the last Sport of Bowling show that I hosted. I was talking to Tom Clark on there, and I said, you know, people ask me, why don't I have the IB Open anymore? I'm like, because it's not necessary. It's not needed in the marketplace. When I started running that tournament, there was no women's tour.
Yeah. And you had a lot of women participate.
The
in that
collegiate
tournament. Yeah.
season was just ending, and the PBA tour was in a lull in that time frame.
Right.
Well, everything has changed. Do I miss that tournament? Yeah, there are things about that tournament I miss a lot. And I appreciate people always asking about it. We had a great team too, man. I look back at that. We had all top to bottom, everything. From live stream to running the event to that's when I asked Jerry to be my tournament director.
Yep.
At first I was the tournament director, the live stream guy, I was everything. Hello, Mark. And that's just stupid. You got to hire people. You got to delegate the jobs. Let everybody do what they do best. I'm not so sure what I'm good at anymore, really, though, guys. Delegating, I think.
It's an important part of leadership.
Well, it makes a big difference. And, I mean, I know that there are people that say if you want something done well, find somebody who's busy because they'll find a way to get it done.
Yeah.
But there is something to be said about mental well-being, let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm talking about?
It was a little bit different than cookies.
It wasn't cookies in there. It was let's show this. Let's show this.
Oh,
It's a little bit different than cookies.
look at the apron and everything.
Let me see this. He didn't get he didn't get cookies. What's that?
Russ has had $2.99.
Russ had $2.99. You guys are
Oh
crushing
my
it.
gosh, you are.
Pumpkin, spice, and everything's nice. Very nice. And he's got the pumpkin everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that is wonderful.
Thanks for the gift.
Yeah, that is great.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right. Is he gonna bowl in that now?
Probably.
Craig is a great guy.
Does he work in a pro shop by chance? He could wear that while he's
Yeah.
Craig,
drilling bills.
he's a great guy. I love that guy.
So back to what you were saying with the finding people to do things for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in that situation right now where I don't want to let anything slide quality-wise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you get to the point where there's ideas and they're great ideas, and you won't even tackle them because you know you can't do it 100% or 110%. Let's put it that way. Remember way back when? I mean, you were part of the Missouri showcase for a while. You know, live streaming us and stuff like that, and we talked about a red carpet.
Uh-huh.
We're going to do that this year. We're not live streaming, but we're going to do that this year, I think. Last year, I changed the structure of how we do that tournament, and I've got 6 deputies. I'm the chair of that whole thing for that weekend. But I've got 6 deputies, and each one of them is taking an area, and they know as much about that area as I do in my head.
Yeah, that's great.
And so they run off and go do it, and they're drafting their own help out of the rest of the board and people that volunteer to help us. So I'm excited about how that's going to go.
Garland of Overton asked a question in the wrong chat. He asked it in the non-commentary chat for me.
Oh.
I'll answer it, though, over here. That's fine. You guys are not getting the hang of this double stream thing. You're just not. I guess you got multiple browsers open, but those of you that are I tried this double stream. I don't know if I'm going to continue doing it because everybody's confused. But anyway, Garland Overton says, question for Mike. So if Ken Griffey Jr. has one of the smoothest swings in baseball, who has the smoothest swing in bowling in your opinion? So I have a few people that I always bring up. It's 4 or 5. One is David Ozio. One is Mike Machuga.
That's an interesting one.
I like the smoothness of their games.
Okay.
Weber when he is on comes to mind, without a doubt. And then there's an obscure one. He made one Masters show, but Art Brown was just so much fun to watch.
Well, I'm going to pull up some old, at least one old name on you, and I don't think anybody would argue with me, but Richie Wolf.
Richie Wolf.
was
Yeah.
one that just, I mean, watching, and as a left-hander, it's interesting that he was talking about Griffey. And then
Are we going into game 4 now?
We are.
we are going into
Okay.
game 4.
I swapped the graphic a little early.
Yeah.
I got to go swap it on the other one.
All right.
I'll be back 5 minutes.
Okay.
I've just charged TJ Lewis off camera with a tripping penalty.
A tripping penalty. Johnny Reinheimer rocking his Cardinals gear like always.
Yeah, we're on 29 through 32 on the camera.
Okay.
And we find our red hot team of Cragen and Oviatt, correct?
Yes.
They're bowling with the worm nests.
Worm nests. We didn't see what they did game 3, but their game 2 was a little disappointing considering the first game that we saw.
What wouldn't most games be though when you shoot 557?
Absolutely. You're right. You're totally right. I would imagine that was probably a little bit of a gut punch, to be honest with you, after you get such a good start off and then you.
But they probably they flipped ends
Right.
and found something different,
Right.
which is bad when you just shot 557. You want the same thing you just got.
Somebody earlier had given the award for the best Christmas jerseys to, I don't remember who it was. It was in the chat, but Worm Nest has got to be.
It's a solid choice.
That's a solid choice for that. As
You've
well.
still got 3 more squads left.
True.
And
You got one? You got a good one?
we think we do.
You think you do? Okay.
I mean, I know what it is.
Okay.
Problem is there's a couple copycats in
You know,
the field.
Aaron
so-
Delamano said no Mike Fagan's references. I was going to bring it up, but Mike Flanagan had to run off and go change a graphic, and I'll bring that up to him when he comes back because I agree with you. For as high as Fagan's backswing is, the softness that he delivers the ball with at the bottom makes that swing look so smooth, and you're right on that one. Totally get you.
Mike Albee comes to mind on the left side.
Yeah.
They got the ball in the same spot every time, and then it just fell.
Basically, yeah. I mean, folks, there's likely somebody who would say Earl Anthony, but I would say Earl is more mechanical. Just the way he threw the ball, it was almost. There is a standings posted, I believe, on the Inside Bowling Twitter page right now, and you should have it after game 2. I don't know if it's on anything else. I don't think they're doing it on Facebook or anything like that, right?
They usually do Facebook per squad.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I don't know if they have done that yet. Mr. Jeremy Hunt in the house.
What's up?
Good to see Jeremy.
But yeah, we've got there's a game 2, and we just finished game 3. We're starting game about halfway through in some
Well,
places on game 4, but
we got a little off sequence quicker this squad than we did last squad.
Yeah.
We're anywhere between 1 and 5
yeah,
frames
some
done.
are absolutely in the first frame of what they're doing.
Andrew Anderson's group is
Andrew's
rapidly.
absolutely lost right now on that pair. He's like, the look on his face is crazy right now, and he's had 1 strike out of 5 frames, and that last shot was 3, 6, 9, 10. I call it a split. And he missed it. So I think there's a ball change coming here. Looking to see who we
What
got
else?
up in front of us. That ball didn't go anywhere. Is lane 37
Now,
not hooking as much on the left
Do
as
you
it is on the right?
want to flip the camera so we can
I can do it.
talk about it
Yeah.
a little bit more?
I can do that.
So I was trying to watch the monitor, and
Gotcha. But what I was asking is
Yeah.
37 not hooking as much on the left as it is on the right?
I just don't think it was a well-executed shot.
Gotcha.
You got T.J. Lewis and Robert Hammond as their cross team. T.J.'s rev rate is about twice the other guys on the left side, so it's not really a fair comparison.
Got it. Andrew's got a new ball in his hand now on lane 36. He'll be able to see the first shot with this ball, and let's see if it makes a difference in the way he sees the lane, because right now it's pretty ugly on that pair.
Robert Hammond with the same look that we've seen a few times. Not that Andrew Anderson had much different, just different way to get there. Although Robert did strike in the second, I didn't see it, but
lots of strikes in this tournament. I mean, it is every single year, but it's when we get to the point where we're making cuts and cuts are within 10 pins, those missed single pins do still make a difference. That's Coach Dennis talking.
You finally find a one-hander on your team, or are you still stuck with all two-handers?
Actually, I have let's see. One of my folks using the thumb didn't join us back this year, and so right now my A team probably only has one.
That's one more than last year, right?
Well, no, my starting 5 were all two-handed last year, but the two people that were using thumbs were my corner pin specialists. So but I will tell you, so
Anything drink, Dennis?
yes, please.
Mary?
All right, folks, sorry.
That's Mary.
I've got you.
She's awesome.
Mary is awesome. Thank you. So Missouri's high school championships, and I'm going to brag a little bit on my guys. I don't know if any of them will make it up here. They were going to come up sometime this weekend and watch, but they've got an event at school this week that's keeping them home. 24 Baker games, one against each of the other teams that are in the tournament. And I don't say tournament, I say tournament like you do. So anyways.
I was well coached by our Eastern friends.
I understand. So, and then a top 5 single matches until you get to the championship match, and then it's best 2 out of 3. That's the format. So it's all on a Saturday.
Okay.
Okay. We take a break after 12. They re-oil. After 12 games, we were 267 pins ahead of second place in Baker in a Baker competition.
So one really good game ahead.
Pretty much.
That's a big number in Baker. Doesn't matter what level you're talking about.
Right. So I just had the right mix of kids last year. The second half didn't go quite as good for us. Stumbled a little bit. Gave back some, but we still ended up leading at the end of the position round. After position round was all over, we still ended up leading by in the hundreds, in the mid 100s or so, and obviously just bowled the final match then because we were seeded number one, and we won 2 games and won the whole thing. It was, I mean, I got 2 two-handed lefties, and they basically were the bookends for my team. We went 23 games with the same one in the anchor spot, and we were, and the other one was leading off. So we get into practice for the position round, and after 3 or 4 shots, the guy who was in the anchor spot came to me and said, the other guy had a better look than him. He said, I think you should switch us. And so he gave up the anchor spot for the position round game, and I switched him around. They both stayed in the game, but I switched him around, and we won that game, and then went
And then won the next one.
And won the next two after that, I kept the lineup the same at that point. I just thought it was remarkable enough that somebody who's in the anchor spot of a team like that would give it up based on something that he saw in the lanes and give it to somebody else because the team had a better chance that way. So I kind of like that.
No I in team, right? Yes, I know there's a me, but it's backwards.
Yeah. Someone, Aaron in the chat, is that Hoinky Scratch champion Johnny Reinheimer on the feed.
He finished second.
Scratchy finished.
Scratchy won. The whole thing he finished second.
Yeah. So, yes.
And he bowled.
Thank you.
He bowled very early in the tournament. Like March, April kind of thing, if I remember right. I could be wrong. But that thing runs most of the year.
Yeah. And
so
he's
he put up this huge number leading in scratch and handicap.
And having to wait.
And having to wait at least 6 months.
Yeah.
It could be more.
Does it just run on weekends now, or was it?
I believe that is correct.
In the summertime, that used to run every day, but I don't know what they do. That's at Western Bowl still?
Yes.
Okay.
I have not been there in a very long time.
Andrew Anderson figured something out.
Well, he got the strike on 7 in the 7th frame.
Okay.
Then he got a break.
All right.
He went high again, but not as bad, and tripped 4 and its friends out.
All right.
Responded back with another good shot on the 9th frame back on the other lane. So now he's on the lane. He went 3, 6, 10 and tripped 4 on to finish. His partner's got 279 left, and he's trying to hammer out.
Again, we were over
200.
here. We were over here watching a 290 and it ended up being a 180 something, right?
Yes.
Together, and so they're basically looking at the same team, the same thing. They both strike out, and he's got the same kind of a game right there at 90 over.
Very similar.
Yep, or 80 over. Sorry. When you're out here bowling, and I know we get the scores. I know you can bring them up on your phone and look at Twitter when you're bowling out there to see, oh, there's a Stinger 5-pin on lane 38 right in front of us. Holy cow. Are you guys watching the scoring pace when you're out there bowling?
Depends who you ask. I do not.
You do not?
You get a feel if you know if you're doing any good or not. You know if you're close to the cut. You don't have to look at a sheet to know that. people have their own opinions, but here's my take on it. I'm sure we've went through this a few times over the years with Mike. What on the lanes would stop you from getting anything but every pin you can? What would you get from looking at a score sheet? I can only come up with one example. And that would be if you're at the very end and you're shooting a split. Do you need one pin, which might count for 2? Or do you need all of them? And then you go for it, and if you get 0, it doesn't matter.
Got it.
Other than that, just go get all the pins you can, right?
So you're being logical there, Lee.
I try.
I'd pull up the great to have Lee back in the booth.
Yep.
Again, graphic, but I don't see where Mike's got that over here yet. So
I don't either.
Let's
It's
just
on a secret file.
Let's just say it. It's up there. For me, it's peace of mind, and I guess and I can't argue with your logic. I truly can't. I would just tell you that there are some people that have to have something to do with their brain in between shots, and sometimes that's it.
I've got plenty without having to look at a score sheet for that.
And for me, I'm a numbers guy. I always love to know what's going on. I love to be looking around and seeing, just like I do here sitting at the table watching around. 41 and 2 looks really nice right now over there. Look at those strikes.
Oh, hello, on the other feed, but that would be Knowles and don't know the rest of them. But just as an example, so Jerry usually runs a warm-up event here.
Yeah.
And in 2020, that did happen. The warm-up events happened 2 days before we shut back down. And my partner and I were bowling, who is a teammate of mine here in league. We were shooting our normal, it may be slightly better than normal scores. We're averaging to maybe low 230s, mid 230s maybe. So we're not shooting 525 every game. At one point, the right side was so bad, and we're both left-handed, we were almost 100 clear of everyone else and had no idea.
Okay.
Eventually, unfortunately, our luck turned into what everyone else has had, and we came right back down to them, but we still ended the qualifying squad in first or second place.
Okay.
100 clear and had no clue. None at all. And if looking at the sheets makes you focus better, there's nothing that says you can't think like I do and like I have to think like you. You can do whatever you want.
Sure. I'm just saying that right now, if there's anybody out there that would really like to do it, except for the fact that we are posting them on Twitter, they really can't. Because I don't know that I don't know if they get passed around down there or not.
All right. After game 3, what we got?
You can go ahead.
All right. Krajan and Oviatt 344 over. We know they've got a 300 and a 299 in the book.
Right.
Woods and Collins 292. Fa, Jasinski 251. Barrett and Bittenbender 248. They're in fourth place, 1 pin in front of Jones and Hankins 247. Gap to Bumgarner and Burns 222. And then we have Wormnest, Bevilacqua and Williams, Sachs, Orff and Rodriguez round out the top 10 at 189 over.
And that's after
3. After 3 earlier, 10th was 142.
Okay. And first was 227, and this is 344. There is
5 teams.
5 teams that are better than the first place score at this point on the first squad.
That is correct.
Yep. All right. Brendan Pick has a good point in the chat, Lee.
All right. Hi, Brendan.
Watching and knowing scoring pace can dictate how aggressive you are in lane play. If the scores are pacing low, then accepting a 220 or 230 accepting that look where some safer angles would be in play is okay, but a 240 or a 250 pace, you probably have to make a bigger move. It's not okay to sit on 220 or 230 and give back pins every game. So knowing where you are.
So that is a fair point. Brendan is also right-handed. He has more to pick from than I do. You know what I mean?
Lee just told me that it's different to play right-handed versus left-handed. It's different on the lanes.
You look like you've never heard that before.
I have never heard that in my life. I always thought it was the same.
Well, it's good to have Lee back. Always enjoy his commentary.
I was going to put it up and I couldn't find it.
It's up there.
It's up there. Okay, gotcha.
I mean, sometimes our mutual friend Mr. Carter would tell you that you've got a lane.
Lee's drawing now, folks. He's doing diagrams.
And you've got these triangle things.
Yeah.
And you just look at that one.
I was going to say that one's got to be bigger, isn't it?
Yeah. And then you got these dots here.
So Weber's been on the secondary channel the whole time, right?
And you stand at the middle one.
In this game, right? Yeah.
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 Do we have standings after 3 yet?
We do.
Just got them. Let's see. Who else? So Silveri and Silveri are in 15th.
Yeah.
Did you guys go over these?
We did.
We did. At least the top. If anybody wants to know somebody specific, Mike's fixing to put them up. But if anybody wants to know somebody specific, let us know, and we'll let you. We can find them, even if it means going to the second page. Pacing 3 games against the first squad 3 games. There's 5 teams higher than the first place team on this squad right now.
Say that again.
Pacing 3 games against the first squad's 3 games.
Uh-huh.
There's 5 teams higher than the team that was in first place.
Okay.
On
That
this
doesn't
squad
surprise me.
Yeah.
And 10th place is different by about 45
40
pins.
pins. Yeah, 45.
There are the standings. If anybody wants to find your favorite player, you can screenshot that.
Glover and Outerbridge is being asked about, and they are 13th right now at plus 174. They are 25 pins out of the top 10. So Andrew at Lee, as we were looking up here a while ago, Andrew's partner had 279 out. He goes 9 miss in the 10th frame for 240, and then Andrew does not get the first ball one in the 10th, so they go plus 26 instead of plus 80.
Ouch.
Which Andrew?
Anderson.
Okay.
That was a rough pair for him. Ball change after 5th frame, and he was 62 in the 5th, so.
Had to get a break to get a triple.
We've talked about this for several years, but I'm going to bring it up again. This is where the last ABC telecast was, where Pete Walter in the championship match. And every year, this tournament's just not complete if we don't have Pete throw at least one ball on the main channel. So we're going to watch Pete finish out his game here in just a moment. Even though it is on our secondary channel, I'm bringing it over to the main. Because that's just what I want to do, guys.
I was going to say, you're good like that.
Yeah.
They're all your channels.
They are. It's going to say no commentary down in the corner, but we're actually going to be lying to the people on the main channel because we're going to give commentary.
And I already told you that Pete asked to be nice,
Yeah.
right? So that we have to be nice.
Yeah. So we're actually
I
gonna.
didn't hear that.
Pete asked for us to be nice.
To each other or to him?
No, to him.
Well, that I have no problem with.
Okay. Yeah, to each other, it's a crapshoot.
It's like they say in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Be excellent to each other.
Be excellent to each other. Yeah.
And party on,
Party on,
dudes.
dude.
He loves San Dimas. So there's Pete picking up his ball. He'll be on the right side of the screen here. Also, Lee, not to kick you out of the booth, but I just wanted to let you know, since you are bowling tonight, if you do want to leave early, Tom Hess has a lot of interest in taking your seat. So you can stay as long as you want, but I'm letting you know if you want relief, you just go grab Tom Hess and say, okay, my seat's yours. He's chomping at the bit to get in here. And if you don't get up, I'm gonna take another break and let him sit right here. And I'm not talking right now. I'm just saying,
we'll talk in a
it's up to you.
game or so. Game and a half.
He's already got it all planned out. He gave it to me a while ago whenever you were over fixing the other cameras. There's a nap involved, if I am understanding it correctly, and Christmas shirts that he is putting up against everybody else's Christmas shirts.
Right. Well, Joe is. I'm just riding along. But.
Okay. So Pete, second shot in the 10th now. And I don't know why those scoring monitors are going in and out of focus. Boom. What did Rick have? 2-0?
2-0-0.
Justin Knowles over here is a hell of a player. He's won a lot of stuff.
They had a good game going until we were watching that. It was a bunch of strikes on that pair. So we get a fill shot by Pete here. Man, he's getting the ball to float.
He really is.
To the right side.
Throwing
That's really good.
Yeah,
that's really, really good.
Every time I watch him throw a shot, he's throwing it so good. There is like a big lull in the action right now in the middle of the house. There's like nobody bowling.
We commented a few minutes ago because the people were asking where were we in the tournament, and there was a pair in front of us that was already in the 5th frame, and there were a lot of places that were just starting the 1st frame of the game. So
Chuck is disappointed I haven't sang yet.
It's too early for that.
It is.
We'll get there. Don't worry.
Pete's going to come by, and I haven't seen him yet. He and I haven't had our exchange yet, but I know he's going to come by and go, Mike, how are ya? Might even say, are you doing the 50 tour?
yeah. Derek Norman in the chat. I guess I got the regular chat. You got the other chat? Is that right?
So
No,
I think I have the regular chat.
You have the
here.
regular chat
The
now,
problem is our live streaming feed over here is combining both.
Oh, gotcha.
And my studio.
All right.
This is the regular chat. This is the Stream 2 chat.
Okay. So there are people that are typing in over there and nobody's monitoring it, basically.
I am here.
You're seeing it there.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've been,
gotcha.
yeah.
So Derek Norman wants to know how many teams make the cut to Sunday match play. And we talked about that just a minute ago, I believe, but it is 12.
Yeah, 12 for the match play.
Yeah.
So we're going to I'm going to see if when Pete comes through here, if he's going to, this is a big thing with all of us here. All of you at home are in on this. What is Pete going to do when he comes through? Or did he already come through and I missed him?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Like, is he gonna say anything or stop? Is he gonna touch one of us on the shoulder? Is he gonna mumble anything as he comes by?
We're looking in the right direction.
Then you
here,
might
but I
have
don't
like a wrestling move.
Well, here's Zach Tackett. Let's see if he does anything. He's looking at us. He's looking at us. Oh, just walks
Goodbye.
right on by. Just
Yep.
How about
walks
Graham
right
Fall?
on.
Anything?
Oh,
Hey,
it
we
just
got a
said
hi.
hi.
There you
Just
go.
said hi. Just said. He said hi, Mike, not you guys. So he
I
doesn't.
got a pat on the shoulder. We're
Oh,
okay.
oh, well, that's nice. Dennis, you got hosed then. In
I
that
got
deal.
host on that one, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
And I don't see Pete or Rick Coy down here anymore.
No, but Renee is.
Okay.
So they don't normally. Well, Pete might be gone. I might have missed this already.
This is not like the old days in Western Bowl where you got to go out the door on one end and go in the door on the other end of the bowl.
Ooh, yeah, I don't
through
know.
The parking lot, right? We're not that busy
You
yet.
could take a smoke break doing that, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, maybe I missed them.
Maybe.
Normally they do go together.
Oh, we got some more of the colors in the chat.
Oh yeah. So the little thing right here.
Yep.
Incinerate.
Hide the user on the channel. So tired of these.
Hey, Colin Walsh,
spam.
how are you? I hear you're bowling with one of my buddies from Perryville up there, Jerome Simpson, or at least you in the same league once in a while on Tuesday night in Columbia. So good to see you.
Renee, did Pete already go down there? No, I don't need him. I don't need him in my life. He can get out of here. Oh, okay. All right. Well, is this a backup glove or the glove? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Pencil holders. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, all right. Pete's got 2 new foot joys. Okay. Renee puts the gloves, Pete's foot joys, in the glove compartment, and Pete likes them on the visor. Yeah. She doesn't want him to get lost and be all over the place.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, we missed Pete, so that was a big miss on my part. Game 5 underway. Where are we going?
Actually, 30. How about 35 through 8, Mike?
Yeah,
We've got bowling.
A little bit.
We've got.
Watch the left lane hook a ton. I'm gonna go.
We already left a 9-pin while we were
out the game of graphics.
Yeah, even with
us not watching.
Figuring
well,
out the
besides
foot joy.
yeah, but it was hooking with plastic too.
Oh.
I thought that ball was going to run past the 9-pin with plastic.
So Mike Jasinski is Graham's partner, also left-handed. Threw a good shot on 38 to start their game. Here's Graham sliding in from the corner of the picture. That's how far right he's standing on the approach.
Did you see that angle? That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, we saw him, an hour and a half ago, and he was in.
Yeah,
he's moved another.
But I'm talking about what the angle the ball took on the back end is what I was talking about just now. I saw where he laid the ball down, but that angle on the back end was just absolutely nuts.
So we have surpassed the halfway mark of the day.
Oh.
24 games to stream today. We have just streamed 12.
Hey, Brian Lillevold, how are you? So Lee, is Graham going to have to get in front of the ball return on the left lane to do that?
He might. When he started his approach on 38, he was not in the monitor shot.
Yeah, I know.
Some teams are starting to try to get loud.
It's a little early for that. Here's Jasinski, who's I think he threw that one a little short.
Yeah. It is good to have Lee back.
I don't know why I find that to be so funny.
How are you?
Who's this?
This is he's got an elite training center.
Yeah, he does. Parker Bone III, nice enough to join us.
Yep.
Parker's got a bum left leg, he says. Well, he's going to need it to get some knee bend.
I'd rather have a bum left leg than a bum partner.
Yep, that's true.
Thanks, Dennis.
I didn't aim that anywhere.
But it hit.
I was going to say.
Did we did let everybody know that we've got another squad coming up today at 7 o'clock, and another squad at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and at 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And then we've got another squad at 7:30, which is a semifinal, top 46. Then we're back Sunday. Okay, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Sunday.
finals. Okay.
Yeah.
And my name's Mike Flanagan.
Hi, Mike.
What's your name?
My name's Dennis Hacker.
Okay, very nice. What
Or-
about, well, wait a minute. Why would we even need to know?
I don't know. I was going to say everybody knows who else is here.
Lee Boudouris.
Good afternoon.
Whoa, Dougie Vision. What a nice guy. $20 tip in the chat, super chat, $20 from Dougie Vision. It's the second thing Dougie's given me. He's also given me a pink hat. Love you, Dougie. Thank you. What's up, Mr. Poggy
Hi,
of
John.
the Irish variety?
Yep. That's a pretty sweet release.
Yeah.
Right there.
To answer your question, Graham was not in front of the ball return.
He wasn't.
But his next to last step did go to the right to give himself a little bit more real estate to work with.
So watch the angle on this back end right here.
I can't do that.
I know.
You could try to teach me how to do that, and I still couldn't do
That's just crazy.
I just got a text message from someone. And I want the chat to answer this for me.
that. Oh boy, I don't like where this is
Everybody
going.
type in the answer to this. Planning on heading over to St. Clair Bowl. You going to be there?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah. What's the answer to that, chat? Let us know. What would you say to someone that just texted you that?
I'm thinking about it.
Hello, Eddie.
That's the answer. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Hello, Eddie, my old friend. If Chuck Ritchie's still watching, he will be happy.
Yeah, they're singing.
We're way ahead of schedule on that.
Oh, it's all right. Look how out of whack we are here, though. I mean, we've got 4 frames done on this pair here, and the next 3 pairs to us haven't even got bowlers yet.
No, it's all out of whack. Russ is over on the second channel. Oviatt and Cragen over on the second channel. If you want to watch them bowl.
That was an awesome shot. He
Yeah.
shorted the last one on there, and that lane
Yeah.
answered my question from before, Lee, whether that lane is
Yeah.
looking on the left like it does on the right, and it did. So Graham, though, I think he saw it because he did something different with his hand at the bottom to get the ball to the left, and it didn't go through the pins the same as it did on the right lane. So let's watch this one and see if he can get the corner out. It's interesting how some of these guys will get the ball into position with an angle, and then by standing there basically, and then the next guy comes along and gets the ball in position with a hand position to get it through the lane where it's going. Chuck Ritchie is still in the chat, and you've got some exclamation points there, so he's happy about the
Oh,
signal.
yeah.
Tough spare on 38. So Graham didn't like the rack on 37 just now. He's up there, and I'm looking at it from here. It doesn't. I mean, it looks okay.
Right
maybe a
there.
little closed in the pocket. That was a good shot.
All right, so I'm going to just throw this out there right now. When does Matt Russo bowl?
You want to
Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, possibly. He's bowling with Lauren, right?
Yeah. 8 a.m. I think Matt Russo is going to lead his squad.
There they are.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me.
I'm throwing it out there
Yeah,
right
that
now.
wouldn't surprise me.
And with the quality of that squad, you should find someone who has a different opinion.
Matt Russo is going to lead that squad.
I mean, I'm not going to take the other side of that, but you could come up and say, you know what? I think Matt Olmo's going to lead the squad.
So did he?
You know, you find someone who says, I think Aaron McCarthy's going to lead that squad.
So did he bowl here league-wise at all, or does he?
I don't think he bowls league here. He lives in Baldwin. I don't think he comes over.
Did he at one point?
He might bowl the sport doubles travel league. I don't know for sure.
I was wondering if he might know the house, is all I'm saying.
I'm sure he's practiced here aplenty.
Wow.
But I am not familiar with him bowling league here, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. He could bowl on.
And that's not to say that he would know the house any better than anybody else. I mean, you bowl in league,
Yeah.
you bowl in one part of the house, and that's all you bowl. So
There's a lot of really competitive bowlers moving to St. Louis.
that's interesting. I heard you guys talking about it this morning. That is interesting. Cameron Doyle lives up here now, or in this area, right?
Yep.
That is correct.
Russo, Crummel, Lauren Pate. Brad Miller moved here. He's here. He's living with Kyle right now.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh,
Tim, got to bring you in.
Tim Barrett switched to a blue ball. It was a solid, I think.
Well, there to there.
Yeah, down there.
6300 down there and then switch down here.
Yeah. All right, here we go. He's opening up some wrapping paper with some cars.
If it's got cookies on the outside of the box, it's not cookies.
Oh, he's got a Toastmaster. It looks like, but it's not anything to do with toast. It's a can opener. That is a can opener.
Very nice.
That's what it looks like to me.
Ma-
Congratulations, Tim.
Tim, make sure
Bing bong.
make sure it's actually a can opener. The last one looked like a box of cookies, and it wasn't a box of cookies.
Yeah, I guess you got to open
It might actually just be a. I don't know.
I mean, we got a new present person.
All right, it actually is.
It is. It
okay.
is. Okay, we're good. We're
All right,
good.
good.
All right.
Congrats.
Nice. Eric Liddick making their way by. They want to get on the camera over here. It's not a problem.
So, with what we watched in front of us,
Yeah.
and he goes down there, to hear him say 260, 300 down there?
Yeah.
And that's and you know Shay's hanging right with him.
Well, I don't know. Could flip flop.
It could.
Down there, if you get around it a little bit, you can 2-pin. You can 2-8-10. DJ Archer 2-8-10 down there. I was gone for a while. I was down there talking with some of the players, and DJ and I are buddies, and he's never bowled his tournament. He goes, "Hey, Mike, I hear they're tighter down here. What should I do?" Down there, I move 15 left. And I go, well, you got to move at least 4 back to the right. He goes, I was just thinking about softening up my speed. I said, dude, you need to move 4 right. And he goes, dude, I don't ever move right. And then the guy on his pair, leadoff bowler, the other team, leaves a bucket, a full bucket. And he goes, okay, move 4 right, 10 back. Then 10 back. And I had mentioned the thing about, dude, if you don't be careful, you can leave a 2-pin. He goes, I'll bet you $1,000 I can't leave a 2-pin here. Very next frame, 2-8-10. I said, I got to get back down in the booth.
So is he going to bring you a check?
No. We were just joking.
Okay.
That's this guy's talking.
Yeah, I understand.
But, yeah, I mean, that's the difference between the 2 ends of the center.
Jake and Dan Peters have finally made it to 35 and 36 left side of the screen here. We are officially a half game off sequence.
Yep.
Which is actually okay for us because that means there's always somebody bowling. It's just rough for the bowlers when you're supposed to bowl and then you stop for 20 minutes and then you start again. Their cross is Chris Ray and Derek Kindig. They bowled this tournament for a good while now.
I'm actually really looking forward to our next game of update, which would be after 4, right?
Yes.
Which is in my inbox as of 1 minute ago.
Very nice.
That's what I like to see.
Here we go. In a minute. First, we'll watch Mike Jasinski throw half the deck at the 8-pin and came up empty.
That one got away from him a little bit, though, don't you think?
Yeah, wasn't his best shot of the game.
There are your standings.
Woods and Collins, 376 over. Dennis, they're not far away from that
250
that
average.
250 pace. Cragen and Oviatt, with the help of a 300 and a 299, are at 359 over. Bittenbender, 331. Fa, Jasinski right in front of us, plus 300. Bumgarner and Burns, 290. Thompson and Archer, 267. Orphan and Rodriguez, 257. Sachs and Sachs, 256. Salabecki and Butts, 252. Rounding out the top 10. Jones and Hankins are 240 over, which is a perfect 230 average.
Is that what you're looking for?
No, I'm looking to see where we are
After 4
Yeah.
games.
pace-wise right now.
So we're 10th is 240, and it was 212.
Yep. And first was 293.
Which would be
And there's
fifth
4 of them.
Yeah, they would have moved up one spot.
So that's tightened up a little bit there. There are 19 teams right now, 200 over, and at that point there were 10
Wow.
in the first block. I'm looking at game 4, folks. I'm looking at game 4 in the first block to see where the teams were at the time. So we just looked. 10th was 212, and that was the last team that was 200 over, and we're looking there's 19 teams at 200 over on this block right now. Spencer Robarge and Austin Bolds in 22nd at 189. I'm surprised at that one. Anderson and Gonzalez, 163 over in 25th. I'm surprised at that one. Pete must not be getting a whole lot of help out of Rick, the way it looks, because he's down there too.
Yep.
In 26th at 163.
Oviatt, Cragen are over on our second channel if you want to watch them bowl. I think I said that a little while ago, but just to remind people.
Yeah. Oviatt with a chopped spare can only shoot 181. Cragen says, I got you. Can still shoot 268.
How much is first place payout? Does it vary, or is it 10,000?
It's going to be 10,000. He's
10,000?
going to meet up the middle part.
Okay. Graham lost his look a little bit right now in this pair. His partner's doing his job, though. So they got a possibility of a 250 and a 210. What were they in fourth place? I remember. I think we don't have a printed copy, but I think it was. Yep. Fourth place, 76 pins out of the lead. He's laughing at his text.
Yeah, our fans are texting me directly.
Oh, well, why wouldn't they? I mean, I don't have anybody texting me. I have a feeling I know why, though.
Just change your phone number?
No. It's nicer to have you back than it is to have me back. Obviously.
You know, somebody at home has turned that into a beverage consuming game. They have to partake every time that shows up on the screen.
Probably. Let me see this for a second here. Come on. So I don't think I have the Black Cloud capabilities that you all have.
Okay.
Jason Weidman's on the front 8
Oh
on
boy.
lane 39. You can, if we,
You'll see him.
it's not on that screen here, is it?
He'll be on the right side.
He'll be
Okay, you can see. Okay.
Just to the right of the hammer sign.
All right.
Front 8, looking for 9. Dennis Black clouded him.
yeah.
No, because if you just left that alone, you said something looking for 9. You're the one that did that. I didn't do it.
You might be right. I'll be right back.
We got to test this out.
No, I
Dude,
think you did a pretty good job.
I am the Black Cloud.
I was going to
just
say,
so
we
you
need
know.
to test this out.
I'm pretty good too.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You guys just leave it alone and let's see what capabilities I got on that.
But we didn't. We
He
let you go, and he missed that.
No,
by,
he did not. He said on the front 8 looking for 9. Mike
Oh,
said it
but-
right before he threw the ball.
But you drew our attention to it.
Oh,
I didn't even know.
well.
Almost missed the 2-4.
Well,
We almost got him good.
yeah. See, I don't think you guys can't do that. You can't. I mean, there's got to be something scientific about this. Let's see.
I used to almost think that, but my track record's so long at this point that I just don't doubt it.
I'm getting credit for it in the chat, even though I didn't do it. Let's see. Do I have any texts? Oh, only from a couple of the kids on my team. One said, "Love the shirt." So good. I like it too.
InsideBowling.com.
InsideBowling.com.
All right, we got. I don't know how to pick the commercial up there, but there is a 20% off sale this weekend in collaboration with Hammer Holiday Doubles. Use the promo code HOLIDAY.
Holiday.
HOLIDAY. Holiday for 20% off. All products at InsideBowling.com.
And the shirt that I'm wearing is available still. So this turned into a disappointing game for Graham and Mike here. In front
Yeah,
of us.
got away from them real quick. Just for an example of the skip procedure, these guys are going to 3 and 4 next game. That's what I
Right.
just heard behind me. So they're skipping 5 pairs.
As soon as they finish out this 10th frame here, we'll go to the other pair. So we'll have.
I would not want to be following this group on the left side. They have torn it up. We'll have to see if anybody else comes right behind them. Because on the right side, 37 hooks. There's another slow rack. 37 looks, if you're right-handed, you cut it short. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
And Graham and Jasinski have pretty much torn up the left side. So there's, I mean, the right side on 38 looks okay.
Yeah.
There are no one on the last 4 pairs. They're just not there. Haven't made it.
So there's a question in the chat saying, is the promo code holiday or YouTube? From what I understand from Mike, YouTube is active all the time, and that'll get you 15% off.
Correct.
And that's all year long.
That is
But
correct.
during this weekend, the code holiday will get you 20% off of anything in the store.
Yep.
So
You could watch our these broadcasts will all be on YouTube eventually. It takes a little bit to
right.
process, but once it's done, you can see that and say like, hey, I want to go buy Dennis's t-shirt. You can get 15% off.
Yep.
Me talking to you in the future next Thursday, 15% off InsideBowling.com. Use the promo code YouTube. If you're going to buy stuff today, which you should,
This
use
weekend,
holiday for 20%
Yep.
off.
Well, they saved that game, I guess, if you want to talk about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
28 overs, not what they wanted, but
no.
so yeah, 37 through 48, Dennis, are uninhabited.
Right. And we've got 35 and 6 here on the left side of
Yep.
this channel. I was looking to see what was on the other channel, but it looks to me like we would only have one pair going there as well. 29 and 30 is not.
They're done.
29 and 30
But
is done.
on 31 and 32, I spy a front 6.
Well, let's go over there and take a look. What do you think, Lee?
Let's do it.
By the way, it's nice to have you back in the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, you figured out how to do it.
I did figure out how to do it.
Hey. All right. Lane 32 has the front half a dozen. Who do we have? I do not know him. But he's got the front 7.
What I don't know is how to get rid of it.
I was going to ask you that.
It seems like there's an X here that I should be able to hit and make it go away and then push that over, but that's not happening. So, Well, I just got abandoned in the booth. I'm all you got, folks. I don't know how that works, but everybody else is gone for the moment. Yeah, Dennis, I'm excited about watching Parker and Justin Bowl tomorrow as well. That was fun to watching them during the finals last year on Sundays. I've been good friends with Parker since 1998. I don't know if the chat knows it or not, but are you folks watching that knows it or not? But Parker was the first PBA player to have his own personal website, parkerbone.com, and I designed it way back in 1998, and it's almost 25 years. That's crazy that it's been that long that we did that. Now I turned it over to Justin, and they pretty much use it for their scholarship tournament for the most part. So they're doing that, and he takes entries on a scholarship tournament they run on Labor Day weekend every year, the Parker Bone the Third Scholarship Tournament at Howell Lanes in Howell, New Jersey. Great event. I was out there not this past year, but the year before for the entire event, and it was fantastic to watch. So that'll be fun tomorrow morning. All y'all who bowl at 8 o'clock in the morning any place are crazy as far as I'm concerned. I don't have a problem getting in here early to call it, but I could never physically do it anymore. I don't know how that all works. My body just doesn't work that way anymore. We won't have Tim and Shay on the other channel. I think it's...
All right. There's the printout after 4 if you want it.
Good. We'll put it over here on top of the pile just so we can keep
I'm not saving the
That's fine.
second
You don't
page.
have to save, don't have to save second page. Woods and Collins. Let's see if
Leaders.
we don't have lane assignments for the beginning of the squad, so it's really tough to see where they are or what the pairing might be, or even where they're at right now.
No, we stopped that front 7 though, Dennis.
Yeah, I saw that. I just wasn't going to comment on it, Lee. I didn't want you to feel
and
bad.
his camera got bumped too.
Yeah, you can't see the...
I'm sure you saw that and left us again.
How are you? Parker's behind me again. We were just talking about you.
I hope it was good.
It was good. We were talking about there were some specific people coming to watch you tomorrow morning, and I was talking about coming out and seeing your tournament and the fact that next year is the 25th anniversary of ParkerBone.com. Can you believe that?
You happen to know a lot about that, don't you?
25th anniversary of
Boy, I'll tell you
ParkerBone.com.
what, you're getting old.
So I know. I know. I truly know. I've been old for a while.
That's all right.
You
Always
guys,
get better with time.
you guys just hanging out?
We are leaving now.
Okay.
Trying to get a good night's rest. I hurt my leg. So,
I heard somebody say you had a bum leg.
well, here, you can see, just look at my kneecap.
Yeah.
Now look at this one.
Okay, so it's pretty swollen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this one here comes up really easy, and this one comes up to about here.
Yeah.
So,
Two.
normal bowling would have it like this. You go to another plateau, and you go there.
We were commenting.
My bowling is like this, and then it's a steep climb right there.
We were commenting earlier about how good Pete looks out here today. Pete's got a little bit deeper knee bend, and he's getting the ball down the lane pretty well today.
The thing is, I got this is all right.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, I can get as low as I want here, but this like, look at that.
Right, right.
Well, you've been kicking so much butt that you hurt your leg. Is that it?
I think
Yeah.
I was kicking the hotel room covers, trying to get it loose in my feet and fit at the other end.
Oh, crap. Okay. Hey, I didn't see you here.
All right, well, you guys go enjoy. And we will see you bright and early, I guess.
Bright and early. You're crazy for bowling at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm crazy.
You're crazy for bowling at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Why is that?
8 o'clock in the morning is not a time to bowl unless you're their age. I'm not saying anything. Okay, well, that's good. If you have no problem doing that, that's good.
If
But
you told me I had to bowl at 12 or 1 o'clock tonight, there might be issues.
okay,
8 o'clock in the morning, I'll even bowl 7 before I bowl at midnight.
okay. All right.
Used to do my best bowling after midnight. I don't
Yeah.
think that's true anymore.
So we were just talking with Parker and his and both sons. I didn't realize that Brandon was here. Justin is his partner in the tournament tomorrow, but Brandon will be ball repping, I guess, like he did last year. Brandon attending Mount Mercy this year. That was an interesting choice of colleges when they announced it. Everybody thought he was going to go someplace else.
Well, we're in game 6 on the left lane and game 5 on the right lane, right?
Correct.
Got Mark Hood, St. Louis Hall of Famer. I think we mentioned that earlier. Tim and Shay have moved over to 39 and 40. If you watch our other stream 2, you'll be able to catch some of their bowling over on the left-hand side of the screen. Andrew Orff and Jorge are down there on 41 and 42. Andrew just bowled 179.
They were in 7th place.
Jorge had 220. What's going on, Ari? So they didn't bowl a lot the last game. Tim had just bowled to 300, as we talked about.
Hi, Rex. Wondering about something happened that caused the snafu in the way the people are moving out here, and I don't think we haven't had any major breakdowns of any kind. The machines are running fine from what I saw.
Yep.
I don't know if it was a slow pace of scoring on a pair that slowed it down, but it's like 3 of them in a row that are moving slow right now. So I don't know whether
There could be one bowler is bowling very deliberate right in the middle of it.
could be.
Some people like to socialize a bit much during this event also. DJ Archer's going to come over and bowl on 35 and 36. I've been talking to him a whole lot. He left 3 2-pins down there in one game.
There's $3,000 you could have made.
Yeah,
Really, you probably could have went double or nothing on him.
He switched to a phase 2, which is his favorite ball, and it hooks a little bit more, and he went sheet for 240.
There's some strikes being thrown on 33 and 4. That's outside of our coverage, but and I'm trying to see who's over there right now.
We'll do, Don. We'll do, Don.
Dudon?
Yes.
Tim is now nestled up against the ball return on 40. Won't be long before he's.
And the last shot he threw was a solid 10-pin, but the shape looked really good.
Trips the 4 out.
All right. Take that, though. I mean, honestly, especially with the last one that was thrown. Chase still got that same ball in his hand.
Yep.
I don't know if it's just on this end that he's using it or if he's used it across the house.
I don't think he's using it across the house.
Okay.
Oof.
Talking about hitting the cameras down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's aggravating. So game 6, 4 frames underway on the left side of your screen. Game 5 on the right side of your screen. Mike, Dennis, and Lee bringing you the coverage here this year.
I think it's about time for me to go find Tommy.
Okay.
I will see you this evening, hopefully.
Bowl well tonight, buddy.
That's the idea. We're just going to try and go have a good time and knock some pins down and take it from there, right?
It is. Always good to have Lee back.
So that'll be even more accurate tomorrow when I'm gone and then return.
Yeah, and then you bowl the semis. You're
and then,
gone again.
And then I'll be gone again.
Right. Yep.
All right.
Thanks, Lee.
Have a great day.
You as well. That's the great Lee Boudouris. Was here to start the day with me, Dennis.
He told me.
He has been doing great.
He told me you weren't here this morning, and I said, well, I was told that I could show up, mid-morning and be here for the 1:30 squad. And he said, I wasn't told anything.
Hey, DJ, will you grab a headset for just a second before you got a bowl? Please. Hey guys, we're joined by DJ Archer really quick. He's going to be coming over lanes 35 and 36. I was kind of telling the story. You and I were talking. We're buddies, about what's going on. This first time bowling the event. What's the difference between the two ends of the bowling center?
In the morning when you get up and you see the sunlight.
Yeah.
And then at about 6 o'clock you see no light.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it's like.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's, and it's not that, I was telling my partner earlier, I said, if you're crossing these pairs and you're bowling 250 every game, you're doing something pretty good, because I've felt like for me, going from pair to pair has been a lot different. I've been, able to make good adjustments, going to the pair. Like the last pair I started with 3 spares and I struck out for 268. So I just matched up. Obviously it is the house shot, but still crossing pairs here is, kind of difficult, I think.
Did you have a plan on how you were going to play the ends as far as equipment was concerned, or are you using the? How are you attacking that?
I will have a plan now. Now coming down to these pairs where they use the different roller machine, I am planning on changing balls and move a little bit left. There has been some eyes behind me that have helped me out a little bit. Flanagan. Yeah, Mike's kind of gave me the just help me out a little bit, because I was telling someone else earlier, the last time I've been to this bowling center was when we bowled the tour stop here, and this is the first place that I ever met Dick Weber.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So this, when I was driving in earlier, and it brought back a lot of memories to the first time
That's
I was
awesome.
here as a kid. It was a long time ago. So
yeah,
I've always wanted to bowl this tournament. I've heard a lot about it, and Jerry and his crew, they do a great job. And Mike's always been here at this event for the most part, as if my mind can recall, however long the inside bowling has been involved in this tournament. And Mike and his his staff and the guys that do the streaming here do a great job for us bowlers that don't come to this event to want to see it and to be able to bowl in the tournament sometimes. But if you don't get your entry in early, you're kind of shut out.
Yeah,
so
that's what we hear.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm looking forward to these next couple of games. I think that the next 2 games are going to be down here on these hook and pairs. So hopefully I pick the right ball, and hopefully this guy just threw a Brooklyn. That's not good.
I told you that pair is sparking. Yeah. Now, especially the left lane is worse than that one.
Right.
Now, we're going to let you get out of here because it's about time to bowl. But just real quick, because of the way you like to bowl, which is slow hooking it and covering boards,
right,
pair to pair is going to impact you more than a guy that throws it hard and straight. When
100%.
When Prather bowls this thing, he suitcases it up 10.
Yeah, and that's what I thought would be, early on. I thought, try to keep it a little bit straighter and keep it in front of me a little bit more was going to be better crossing the pairs. But as soon as literally the third game, I threw the first shot and it went, through the face, and I was like,
and you hate that.
Yeah, I hate that
stuff. Yeah, no. So, but the thing is, you can play any style and score here.
Correct. You can throw it straight. Like a while ago, I watched Tim bowl 300, and then he went to the next pair, and the very first shot, he was 15 left in a different ball.
Yeah.
And he went Brooklyn, I think, or he split or something like that. So
DJ, thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, brother. DJ Archer. I'm telling you right now, this man, he doesn't know how good he is on the air. He's excellent. Huge sports fan, listens to enough broadcasters. Every time I have him on the air, he gives us nuggets of knowledge.
Yep.
And I leave people with him wanting, people wanting more from him. I love DJ. So wonderful having DJ come by. And we'll keep an eye on him on 35 and 36.
Well, Mike, I think you are about to get a little help here, and I'm going to use the restroom, I think, while I have an opportunity, but.
Okay. I'm gonna make it really awkward then.
Oh. Okay. Make it really awkward.
Yeah, let's just make it awkward.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's fine.
So Dennis is leaving.
I'll be back.
Like Terminator, I'll be back.
We can get a shot of Dennis leaving the booth.
Yeah, exactly.
Me scooting over into his seat.
And Tom Hess shows up in his St. Louis Blues colors today, which I greatly appreciate.
Yeah, all for you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyway, Tom Hess is in the booth, joins us now, made the drive down from Iowa, bowls this event every single year. Oh, you just want to slide on it. Watch Dennis's soda, though.
Yep,
That
won't get that.
That could create a problem. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Michael.
I'm all confused on what game we're on.
I think they're just starting 6, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And I don't know if I swapped it out down there. Yeah, I got to check.
Do I have to go get the game off graphics?
I got it this time.
Okay. So, how's everybody doing out there? I guess I ran them all off. They invite me in the booth. Dennis takes off. Mike takes off. They leave me in charge. Hi, Laura. How are you? Hi, Joe. You were giving me a complex here. You asked me to sit in the booth. Dennis gets up, leaves. You run off. I'm like,
yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
What's going on here? Nobody wants to sit by me? I thought I took a shower this morning.
Bowling with Eddie Bird.
Yes, sir.
Is that tonight?
We bowl tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
At 2 o'clock in
At
the
2.
afternoon.
Okay. And why are you here so early?
Just to get down here. Didn't want to drive down in the morning and decided to go ahead. And it was kind of crappy up in Iowa. It was rainy and cold, and decided to make the drive a little earlier, come down, hang out with you, watch some bowling. Kind of glad that I did. I knew they were using 2 different machines, but I'm hearing from a lot of people that the 2 different sides of the house are playing quite a bit different.
Yep.
So,
and I really like that. I really like the fact that it's still easy, but you got to think a little bit pair to pair more so than normal, and then think zones. I really enjoy that because, you know, I know we get great viewership here because it's on a house shot and everything, but I do like some complexity and having to know your equipment, have some skill, have some mental fortitude.
Yeah, make some notes from where you know.
Yeah.
Which part of the house you're in. You know, you might have to throw a different ball and stuff.
It's not like, you know, you left a ball at home that you needed on this. It's really just about moving your feet and going to a ball that's less aggressive off the spot, or a ball that's more aggressive off the spot, or one that reads it a little earlier, or one that delays hook a little bit, you know? It should all still be your benchmark bowling balls. You know, it's not like you need urethane out here. It's not like you need a big ball like an exotic gym or something like that.
You don't?
Know? No, not necessarily.
Uh-oh.
No. You can if you wanted to tumble down lane, you know, you wanted to. But typically you don't want anything to burn up early here, right?
Yeah.
Because the heads go away. Why would you want anything to roll any earlier?
Well, because I struck with it like 8 out of 10 shots last weekend when I was throwing it. That's a pretty good ball.
You might be able to use it on the low end on the fresh. But I don't think you'd be using it late in the event.
Oh, no. I didn't think I'd be using it for all 8 games type deal. You know, if they're a thing like last year, I was clear down to like X2s at the end of the event here. I brought a pretty good variety. I brought a supernova just in case. You know what I mean? You never know when there might be a mistake. You know, something happens to the oiler and they're a little slicker. So got a supernova, got an exotic gem, got the altered reality. You know, the ball just absolutely loves them on the house shot. And got all the way down to Electrify Goes, you know. Wolverines, Fates,
We got some fans in the chat of both of us, I was told.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell the audience the story that happened at South Point as we were going back to the hotel room? Speaking of fans.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so for those that don't know, I was fortunate enough to go out and join Mike, and we worked Ron Moore's senior shootout and super senior shootout. And one night we're walking back to the room, and, you know, as everybody knows, South Point has a bowling center and a bowling plaza, and we're on our way back from the plaza, and some people leaving the center, walking by. Mike's right in front of me, and walking along, and I'm behind Mike, and I hear these, you know, probably early 20s. Man, that's the InsideBowling.com guy. I'm like, cool.
And Tom just goes walking by.
Just walking on by.
Not like that's Tom Hess or anything like that. It's
Yeah,
the InsideBowling.com guy.
that's all right.
DJ Archer made a ginormous move coming down here and still 4-7. We just had him in the booth for a second to give a little insight on what he was doing.
Has the moves been that big?
From that end of the house to this end of the house, it sure has been.
So Tom, you already know this, but I'm gonna act like you're an idiot to educate the audience.
Well, we already know I'm an idiot. I mean, thanks for trying to cover for me.
Okay. If you are Norm Duke, playing it straight, your moves are less from end to end.
Okay.
Okay.
Obviously.
When you are DJ Archer, who likes to hook the entire lane, is his comfort zone, throwing at 13 miles an hour, the move is drastic.
Yeah.
From end to end.
Okay.
So when you ask that question, are the moves that big? I hope that helps answer your question a little bit.
It does. It does. A little bit. Didn't help me. Yeah, Dennis, I don't know how much you've been paying attention to Mike and I over the last couple of months as we've been talking, but we've got Mike and I have the perfect bowler between us.
We do.
Mike knows exactly where to play and what ball to play, but can't repeat a shot. I have no clue where to play on the lane and what ball to throw, but I can repeat. Right. So if we could ever get together, Mike and I are unbeatable.
Yep. That's what we pretty much decided.
We're hoping to maybe double, you know, sometime and see if we can just kind of meld that together and see if I can make him bowl a little better
I'm
and see
gonna
if
use
he can
that
make
one.
me a little smarter.
The DJ just crossed over.
Crossed
Very
over.
nice.
It didn't even come close to getting right.
Huh. Good ball.
Yep.
Just drilled yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I flipped it on just for a little bit. I stopped to get some gas in Hannibal on my way down, so I was Clair on E, and I got a big old Tahoe. It takes about 25 gallons of gas, so I had a little bit of time. I turned you guys on, and happened to be when you guys was talking about that.
I don't remember you turning us on, but
I always turn you on, Mike. Come on.
that's true.
Come on.
You do.
No need to hide it.
I know. We don't judge around here.
Yeah, so I haven't been paying attention. The score's a little higher, the squad, you guys think?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Little.
Quite
Yeah,
a bit.
I'll take that guy back.
Thank you. Got it.
A lot of trust right there, Dennis.
Yeah.
Having a 15-pound object go right across your lap.
Gotcha. So we've got.
I know there was a couple of teams that have bowled this event before that bowled this morning. Do you think the lower scores were because of a lot of new bowlers and getting into the people that have bowled this event before now?
Yep. What's up, man? Good to see you. Good to see you.
How are you, Q? Good.
Corky Chisholm in the house. Runs a great event.
So this
Nightmare
is
doubles.
as we're looking here, this is as of game 4 for both squads, and you can see 293 was the leader, and that would be
Sixth on this squad, fifth on this squad. Yep.
by a couple of pins. And then there were 10 teams that were 200 over at this point on the first squad and 19 on this squad. So
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Bird says hi, by the way, Tom.
Hi, Eddie. Type in the chat what time your league starts, Eddie. I'm going to be up there in a little bit to watch bowl.
Now that's called teammates there. Gonna
Yeah.
go watch them bowl league.
Yeah.
You guys, I think Forest Park at midnight has like a you can get in a boat and they light candles and stuff, and you guys could kind of row around Forest Park if you wanted to, and like the little river there.
Awesome.
You guys can put a real strategy together for tomorrow's.
Well, I'm going to need you there. I can't, Mike, I can't do no strategy without you. You're my strategy guy.
Yeah.
You're my lane play guy. You're my ball guy.
I think Eddie can help you out enough.
You think Eddie can help me out
Eddie's
enough?
taught me a few things back in the day.
Okay.
Eddie Bird one day, I brought these bowling balls in. I said, hey, man, I want this ball to do something different. Like, I want to drill this ball to do something different. I was like a 3 3/8 leverage guy, or, you know, pin above the bridge, 12 o'clock, or kick the CG out to 10:30, 10:30 drill with a small hole.
Uh-huh.
And he goes, you want something different in your bag, huh? And I said, yeah. And it was an El Nino, just to give you an idea of how long ago this was. And because Vince Range had sent me some balls. He sent me a Skybolt, an El Nino, and I don't remember what else. Maybe a meteor storm or something. It was kind of like still in the line at the time. And Eddie said, all right, I'm going to give you a ball. It'll do something different. And he put the pin like, it was like a 130 type drill, but the pin was so close to my positive axis point. I'd never put a ball with a pin that close. And I threw it on a house shot and stuff, and I'm like, dude, this ball sucks. This is terrible. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't really understand. He told me, but I didn't understand as a kid. So I went to this tournament in the middle of Illinois, and we were bowling on like dirt. Like, the ball just wanted to read halfway down the lane, and like I couldn't. Everything was overhooking for me. I was 2-pin, big 4. Like, it was bad. Like, it was terrible. And we had like 4 games left, and I pull this ball out, and I'm like, I got nothing to lose. This ball was so controllable off the end of the pattern. I had a look nobody else had. My ball like rolled out, and I bowled 1,000 for the last 4 games with this ball.
Very nice.
I don't even know if I ever told Eddie this story, and it was awesome. I just didn't understand how to use it. So when you go to your ball driller and say, hey, man, I want this to do something completely different. And it did. And he knew what he was talking about.
Eddie's your guy?
Now, the Skybolt that he drilled for me, that ball, that's the only ball I've ever bowled multiple 300s with. Why did I stop getting my balls drilled from Eddie Bird?
I have no idea. The way he's talking, Eddie, if you're still listening, head up to the garage and drill me a couple for tomorrow. Sounds like you know what you're doing.
He put in the chat that his league starts at 7 tonight.
Okay.
And he was laughing about it.
I'll be there about 7:15, 7:30. I don't want to get there too early.
Tim Barrett just did a mind meld with his bowling ball. He came back after going light in the first ball of the 10th and held it up to his forehead for like 15 seconds, like it was get my brain right in there. He struck once on the left lane.
Well, he ball changed there.
Yeah, he struck once on the left lane is all he did on that, and went for 2-0 when Shea went 240. So
Tim just bowled, was it last game he bowled 300, or was that 2 games ago?
2 games ago, I believe. And then he had gone 260 the game before that. So
shocker. I'm in St. Louis and Tim Barrett striking. No way.
Doesn't like this end of the house, though. He did.
No,
okay.
And this is where the finals are. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
DJ Archer high again.
He didn't hear you.
No, I told him.
I thought you were saying hi.
Oh, no. He no. I'll go down and tell him hi.
Oh, I think this might be my first time in the booth with Dennis, and I like Dennis already. I like that.
Hi.
Somebody that can be as quick-witted as Mike. See, I'm not. I'm just not. I mean.
We've had some days in here.
Yeah.
Imagine with Mike Guy and me and Jeff Carter in the booth at the same time.
Jeff Carter. I haven't seen Jeff in ages.
I watched a video of Trey. He's a senior now, and he was pitching. He was doing some kind of workout and pitching, and I think clocked 2 at like 93 and 94 miles an hour.
Very nice.
So I know we've been talking a lot about DJ Archer and stuff here because he's my buddy, but we got some striking going on in this pair too.
Yeah.
Come on, get another one here.
just
That's what my El
stopped.
Nino
That's
did.
awesome.
That's how my El Nino rolled.
Yeah.
You see how it gets? It's like, oh, it's supposed to turn, but it just sits.
Just kind
I
of.
bet the pin's on the axis on that.
Yeah.
Probably not, but you know what I mean. Ball's probably designed to do that.
Yep.
I don't know what other balls DJ Archer has right now, but I would love to talk to him about what he should do next.
Well, I was talking to his partner there before this game, and he said that DJ kept telling him, last game that he wanted to throw phase 2, and he went like 2-pin. His partner told him to throw it, and he threw something else one time, and
Man, that was good. He stuffed
didn't
it.
strike, and then he switched to his phase 2 and said, yeah, I'm going to strike out, and then he did. So for him to, throw the back 8 or 9 and then all of a sudden be in a different ball, that he must be seeing a big difference from sides of the house here.
Yeah, Jared Thompson is who DJ's bowling with. Oh, and he slaps the 5 out.
Getting ready for that senior tour.
Let's watch this shot here on 35 on the left. He's got 6 in a row right now. I love the way that ball just stopped on the last time he threw the shot.
It's got a unique release.
He does.
Dennis, that's one of the things I love about this sport. It doesn't matter how you do it. If you can repeat what you do, you can have success.
Yep, exactly.
I've said that all the time. There is no textbook way how to do it.
And there was some speculation this morning. Now, I don't know. I mean, after the scoring pace, this squad we'll look at it again. But there was some speculation that if the scores weren't going to be as high as before, that some of the older folks, if they can repeat and just not carry as often as they normally would, that they might be in play in this tournament. But
well, I hope they put the old guy shot out. Is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
So DJ here, if he kind of projects it down the lane and gets through it, he'll be fine. But when he kind of throws it slow and hangs up in it, it's a problem. That's good.
Yeah.
That looks like a Wolverine there.
Yeah, it is.
It just has a different, I mean, that kind of a ball has such a different look in the front part of the lane. It was really weird. I forgot. Tom, I think you've probably been to Bill Moore's house.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we were there.
Has he been to Bill Moore's house?
So
he's trying to remind me of,
yeah.
He donked one off there.
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know how else to explain it.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks.
We'll get to that story in a second here. I got to finish this thought. So we're out there, and for the BBL event that he holds every year, right around Veterans Day, and he had Bob Learn and he had Johnny there, and they're all bowling, and I'm sitting there on the side of the approach, just watching really closely. Look at that. And I noticed, I just watching his ball go through the front part of the lane, and I said, Johnny, I was sitting here, and I think I just actually noticed something really, really cool, and that is the difference between the way a professional's bowling ball reads the first 15 feet versus a lot of the amateurs or anybody else that's out there, and the way they get their ball through the first 15 feet of the lane. And he looked at me and he said, and that's the most important part of the lane.
Yeah.
To navigate. And he said, that's cool that you say, Aaron, you can actually see that happening, but it was exactly what was going on out there. So fill me in on that, on what I don't know about Bill Morrison.
PBA 50 this year. I skipped the event. Tom wasn't as comfortable. I wasn't there. The finals of the event was at Bill Moore's house. Tom bowled against a wonderful gentleman by the name of Dave Johnson. Super cool guy, great guy. And Tom bowled him in the title match. And Tom, what did you need to do to win?
Strike. 9 spare strike to tie.
And
Dave, Dennis, I thought I threw it really good. I was bowling Dave. And thought I threw it really good. It hooked. 3-6. Spare it, strike, lose by 1. Yep. Cool little story about that. So you obviously know Josh then, Bill's right-hand man.
Yes.
Bill, obviously, wonderful gentleman, has everybody out every night, come out to his house, hang out. He actually took a big group of us to the Washington Nationals
I heard.
Mets game
Yep, I heard
this
that.
year.
Yep.
I was part of that, and Josh kept saying, hey, come on, Tom, let's bowl a match. I want to bowl a match. I want to bowl against you. I want to bowl against you. And I kept telling him, Josh, I'm not bowling on these lanes until I earn the right to bowl on these lanes.
Oh, okay.
So I kept telling Josh no. Well, you know me. You don't know me all that good, but you can imagine after losing a title how I was not unruly or anything, but I mean I was obviously disappointed.
Right.
And so went and changed, hung out, loaded up all my stuff, got packed up, come back in. You know, Bill still had everybody out there and bowled Josh. So took what was, somewhat of a negative, made it a positive, and can't wait to get back.
Who won?
I think Josh won.
Did he?
Yeah, I didn't. I bowled with house balls and whatever was down there. But it was just the going out and having a good time with him and rewarding. I think Bill was happy that I did it, and sometimes it's not all about you. It's about giving back a little bit and giving back to the sport that's given me so much. And I forget which. They just announced the PBA 50 schedule, and this year we're gonna have one of the majors is at Bill's house.
Is it?
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. I forget which one. Maybe the PBA 50 National Championship, maybe. I forget. I got my phone right here, but I don't have any service. But, yeah, I can't wait to get back out there.
Well, this year was my 5th year of going there. He's done BVO for us, that event.
Yeah.
He brings in clients, he brings in family, brings them in from all over the country.
Yep.
Has a little match between the two 5-people teams in there, and then they do trick shots and all the different stuff that goes on. But last year, that 2-lane center was number 5 on the list for centers for raising the most money for BVL at $21,000.
I can believe
on that Saturday.
I can believe that.
So it's such a crazy place to go. And folks, if you don't know what we're talking about, sorry, I probably left you out of this. I should be able to tell you. We're talking about Buttonmore Lanes. It is a 2-lane bowling center in the basement of a house in Northern Virginia. Bill Moore is the owner. Him and his wife have this spectacular house. When you first drive up, I think it's a 12-car garage.
Yeah.
It's just outrageous when you first drive up there to walk in there and see it. The most unassuming people that you'd ever meet in your entire life, the nicest folks in the world.
Yeah.
He built this bowling center. 2 lanes in the basement. It's lanes 13 and 14. And it is because that's the lane numbers that his dad had a 300 on.
I've never paid attention to
Yeah,
that.
so it's
that
not
13
lanes 1 and
14.
2, it's lanes 13 and 14. So he did that, and that's what the numbers are in the basement.
I'll have to pay attention to that
It's
next
a
time.
really cool story. And his dad just loved bowling all those years, and so when you guys have a tournament out there and you have the finals in his basement, where is the tournament proper? Or is it out in at the bowling center?
So last
close
year was at Bowl America Drainsville, and that's where we're going again this year. The year before it was in Sterling, Virginia.
Okay.
It was at a Bolero is where we held the event.
Hey, guys, I want to jump in here just real quick.
Sorry about that.
I'm catching up on the chat a little bit here. And this team here, Douglas and Douglas, just finishing up here, 10 back again. They were going at a 290 pace. And as we Black Cloud people, we kind of a lot of times don't like to talk about strings. But Ashley filling us in here that they're both, father and son duo here. Cherish the moments. Pretty cool to know that the son's story and journey as his parents worked hard to get him. So that's pretty cool that they're bowling together. And it's awesome to see him out here bowling. I don't know the full story here, but my buddy Brian Lunsford, that I go way back with, back to when I was a youth bowler, with Jesse Mapp the third's dad, Jesse Jr., and Aaron Orange and Edward Raymond Jr. A lot of guys, I talked about him earlier. We talked about Big Aaron Banks, passing away just a week ago, and our condolences there. But good to see you guys in the chat, and thanks for letting us know about that story, because they certainly just bowled awesome on a very tough pair. 226, 237, could have been a lot more.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're crossing with DJ Archer and Mr. Thompson here, and, you know, a PBA bowler bowls 203, and these two guys bowl 220, 230. It's pretty awesome.
Well, I liked watching. Like Tom said, the repeatability of the older one of the two of them, the dad, out there watching his ball. And I've seen that ball reaction a number of times where it just goes down the lane, makes one quick turn, doesn't even look like it's going anywhere, and it hit hard. I mean, the ball just went, and you just went through the pins like nothing, and that was pretty cool to watch that.
Swapping out the graphics here, we're going into game number 7. We got Justin Knowles coming over. Justin Knowles has won just about everything. Great left-handed player. He's bowled a little bit on tour, moderate success, but is just a super good dude. He's always been really supportive of anything we've ever done. He can hook it. He can play straight down and in. He can throw urethane. He can throw reactive, two-hander. That's that hook and lane, and he's able to get a strike, start things off here.
We do have a new set of standings here for Game 5.
Let me see if they're in my inbox.
They might be in your inbox. I'll cover a few things while we're talking about them. We have new leaders now. Tim Barrett.
Don't have it yet.
Tim Barrett, Shea Bittenbender in the lead on this squad now at plus 430. They went up 99 pins, so plus 99 there. Woods and Collins in second place went up about 30. So they dropped to second, and they've been the leaders for a while now. Cragen and Oviatt, third place plus 392. Bumgarner and Burns plus 383 in fourth. Thompson and Archer 381 in fifth, and they just shot a 40 over. Barrett and Bittenbender just shot a 40 something over, I believe, on the pairs that was right over here. So they're going to be keeping pace with each other. Slobecki and Butts, Williams and Holloman, Jones and Hankins, Fa and Jasinski, and Sachs round out our top 10. It takes plus 288 to make the top 10 right now on this squad. And let's see where we were on the first squad at this point. 234 was in top 10. We have got 27 teams at 200 over or better on this squad, and we had 14 in the last squad. So the pace is definitely higher on this squad. The final leaders on the first squad were 560. What do we say? 568.
561, I think
561.
It was.
So it was going to be, and that was Tackett and Tackett. And so we've got a 430 right now with 5 games in on this squad in the lead. And we have a printout of the last? You can look at those.
We don't have after 4.
I was looking for after 8 on the first squad.
Oh, I got it right here.
You got it right there?
I keep that to the left of me.
All right, gotcha. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Mike, you need a dump button.
Right, it's right here.
Oh, that is. You're right.
What else you want?
No, that's good. Thank you. Nice job. Nice job. All right.
Yeah, I can just do this. Yeah, so how you doing there, Tom? I'll bring Dennis back now.
Yeah.
He obviously didn't go far enough to the right, Dennis. He wanted to dump the other guy, not you.
So at the end of first block, there were 5 teams that were plus 380. And right now on this block, after 5 games, there's 5 teams that are plus 380. Can add this back.
Yep, there's a few.
I'm going to put that a little bit of guys knowing the fact that, you know, they figured it out. Hey, they're not going to be the same because they're 2 different oil machines. You know what I mean? Now it's been confirmed. You know what I mean? The first time when you go out, you know, and you got to make that flop to the other machine, you're thinking, oh, you know, it's got to be me. It's got to be me. You know what I mean? You don't want to make that big change right away. And now guys know that, hey, for 8 games of last squad and however many this squad, they've played different. So that's probably a little bit of it as well.
Listening to Mike Dole on the way up here, sitting in this chair, he was already talking about differences in equipment that he thought he was going to use on the high end versus the low end, just from what he saw this morning on that block. And so the benefit of seeing real bowlers on the lane and not just knowing that the house is different on both ends is something else.
Well, I can't give that knowledge, but Mike could maybe give that knowledge of what balls I'm going to throw on the high end as opposed to the low end.
Yeah.
We've already discussed that. I don't know what I'm doing.
What'd you bring with you?
I already went over it.
What do you got, like 12 balls?
12. About 12. Got Supernova Infinite Physics. Got...
What, okay, tell me what balls or ball in your bag reads the first third of the lane the least.
The first third of the lane the least.
Yeah.
That's going to be Phase 5. That's going to be Electrify Go. Fate. Those balls are pretty clean.
Out of those 3 that you just mentioned, which one is the most lazy down lane?
Phase 5.
Okay. What ball gives you medium lane through the front, strong mid lane, and controllable down lane?
Altered reality check.
The first 3 balls that you mentioned, I guess the Phase 5 you're going to use on the high end.
Okay.
After 2 games have been bowled on them.
Okay.
And on the low end, you're going to use whatever ball you just said.
Reality check, altered reality.
Yeah. You're going to use that on the low end.
Okay.
If you want to start with a bigger ball or something with surface on the low end, if you're down there, if you want to start with that, go ahead. But all of a sudden, you're going to have 5-bagger, and then you're going to go like big 4. And you're going to be like, what the hell just happened?
See, so I've been bowling on some house shot tournaments here the last couple weeks, and I've got a Supernova that has rolled pretty good on the puddle. Really slow. It's one that that's probably what I'm going to try to start with down there on the
low end.
On the low end, if we start down there, I don't know where we're starting.
Yeah, it's random draw this year.
Just because it's strong enough that when you get it in the puddle, it still tips a little bit, but it's also strong enough that it doesn't jackknife off the dry unless I throw it really bad. So, that's why I brought that one. Brought an Infinite Physics that normally on house shots when I can move over and throw it through the front, rolls pretty good. Then everything else, is just balls down off of that to be a little bit cleaner through the fronts. And
Mike, look at this start for Resnick and Ralston here in front of us on 35 and 6.
Oh my. Holy woo.
Now, I know Tony always plays really, really hard and straight, and that's been his forte everywhere he goes. They were talking about in the chat earlier in that I didn't bring it up then because we hadn't actually seen him close to the cameras down here, but he is the USBC world record holder for 9-game block at 2483 or something like that, if I remember right.
They were 240 over as a team.
Yeah, they were 240 over coming into this, but this pair has been a bear for those who really don't know for sure what's going on. But, I mean, that's a pretty tough start right there for a team that was in the middle of the pack.
Well, I mean, that's unfortunate. It's hard to split 6 times in a row.
Yeah. But I'm wondering, can you get away with hard and straight on this pattern the way it's breaking down right now, Tom? I don't think so.
You don't know, maybe not. I was just telling you why I brought those specific bowling balls. No, as I'm looking and, you know, as I take into my memory from what I did last year in this house, it's going to be more of the balls to the left.
Yeah.
Hooking it just a little bit.
They're laughing, at least.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I understand. Tony's 9-game block came 2 years ago in the Missouri State Open Championships. Team event was at Concord. Team event, I'm sorry, was at Shrewsbury. And he shot his highest 800 that he had ever had at that point, which was 830 something. And then went to Concord on 1 and 2 and beat that score the next day on the first set, and also finished with another 800 in the last. So 3 800 series is in that tournament for 28 or 2480.
That's interesting that they count a 9-game series bowled in 2 different houses as a 9-game series.
They count it as a 9-game block, and it's specifically written in the rule, because we looked at this, but it's specifically written in the rule book that says in all events for a tournament like that is acceptable. Yeah, I would have thought. First thing one of the first things we did was go look at the rule book to see how that was defined, but that's it's even on the sheet.
I mean, I could see I guess I should back off. I'm not taking anything away from Tony. Anybody roll 3 800s in a row,
right?
Let alone doing 2 houses,
right?
You know what I mean? That's unbelievable. I just find that, me personally, find that interesting that they count that as a 9-game block. Now I could see, bowling a singles and doubles deal. You know what I mean? Where you bowl boom boom. No, that's sure. Yeah. So please don't, anybody out there that's listening, don't think I'm taking anything away from Tony. He's a great player. And I don't care, throwing a round ball at round pins and getting them all to fall that many times in a row is unbelievable. I'd like to get on a run like that, tomorrow about 2.
Wouldn't it be nice? Yeah. Well, that was unfortunate for Mr. Knowles here on 38. Nobody said a word about it. We didn't black cloud him, but front 5 with a 5 right afterwards.
Yeah.
So
guys were striking.
Front 5 and then 5.
Got 2 lefties, 2 righties on this pair. Trevor, the other lefty, bowling with Dylan, he went high on that lane last time too. He was fortunate enough to make the spare. I don't think Justin and EJ are having very much fun today. Or EJ, Zach. Gosh darn it.
Yeah. Look where Zach's playing.
Oh, yeah, he's way over there. They're 249 over. It's not awful. Zach had a really low game. When I walked in, he didn't have a very good game.
Right.
But very talented player, and once they start striking, I mean, that's a lot of the teams in here. Once you start striking, you can keep striking.
Watch this shot on 38. front of us here.
Dylan put on a clinic a few years ago down here bowling with Aaron Ramsden.
Yep.
I don't remember exactly what the score was, but for 8 games, it was 600 and something over, I think,
Right.
for 8.
Well, they were saying in the chat that Dylan had the 9-game record before Tony beat it. I'm not sure I'm not sure that I knew that.
Oh, you know what?
I knew that he
It
had.
might have been because I think he did that when he went on that striking tear. Was the first 9 games of the 12 games on Sunday morning.
But this tournament is not certified.
Okay.
And I don't know that it has ever been. I don't know. I mean, I was told that it was not certified, so that's a question. I mean, and I'm only going by what I knew now.
Well, knowing Dylan, he could have done that anywhere.
That's what I'm saying. There must have been something else at some other place, and you're right. I mean, that ball reaction right there with the way it hits the pins was pretty crazy. So
yeah, Dylan's a very good player. Pete and Rick don't look like they're having much fun.
Well,
no, they're not.
Pete was bowling pretty decent himself for the day. I mean, he wasn't bowling out the lights out or anything like that, but I don't know that Rick was helping him a whole lot early on in the day. So.
Guys, we got another present opening.
Awesome.
Let's bring it in. All right, let's see what you got.
So are these coming from the low end?
Yeah, where would you bowl 300 at? 9 and 10.
Okay.
On the tighter low end.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. This has got packing tape on it, so this is a real.
It's supposed to be a real present.
This is a real situation here. All right, let's see what we got.
New balance box.
Let me help you out with this
New
here.
balance box.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's inside. Oh, we got some Hobby Lobby. Looks like Hobby Lobby. Oh, you might have a nice serving tray here. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Let's show the camera. This is nice. This is a nice tray. You could put your rosin on this. You could put your chamois on there. Put your score sheet on there. Nice bowling, brother.
Very nice.
All right, man. Go get it.
Congrats.
All right.
That's my goal. I want to open a present tomorrow.
Okay.
I think you can open more than one, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Well, I mean, let's not be greedy, Dennis.
Hey.
I just like to open one.
Where are we at? Right here? No, that ain't it. That's our second channel.
Yep.
What am I doing?
37 and 38 is where we were.
Here we go.
That's where you're going to want to be right now.
That's where I want to be.
Yeah.
Game 7 about wrapping up here. Got game 8. Then a small break. No lot of Wada Creek breaks this year, though.
Wada, that's pretty good.
Used to be able to get to Lotta Wada between the noon squad and the 7 squad on Friday, but now with this extra squad, there's no Lotta Wada Creek anymore.
So Jerry wasn't thinking about you when he let all these other guys bowl.
Well, he originally posted the squad was supposed to start at noon. And I said, if you do the math, it's 1:30.
Yeah. I noticed that got changed pretty quick after we talked, so. I was asking Mike, how is that going to work? That doesn't work. That doesn't work in my brain.
He was expecting that first squad to throw a lot of strikes.
That ball almost ran away.
Yeah.
It made a jerk right there just past the arrows, and that was pretty crazy.
That's one of those. Yeah, that's a 9-pin. Just gonna kind of go through the
I know.
motions. And
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please hit it. Please hit it. There you go. Tony's made a big step left over there. His partner got a double and then missed. Making a little bit of a comeback over there. Oh, look at that.
Yep.
Can't hook in the air.
So we're going to test it out again. A while ago I tried, and Mike messed me up. I don't think that I'm the black cloud that Lee and Mike are when we're sitting here in the booth, and so I'm going to talk about Dylan having the front 9 here on 37 and 8.
Okay.
And I believe if none of them come over here to mess with me a little bit, I'll just be fine, and so will Dylan. So we're going to see.
What are where are they at? Oh, there they are. They're currently in 4th. 50 pins out of the lead. Oh, and Tyler split again. You joining us all week, Dennis?
I will be here all weekend.
Very nice.
Yep, Mike asked me. We were just kind of chatting about a week and a half ago, and it turned out that this weekend was free. I will be in Las Vegas next week helping Frank Barnhart run a collegiate event at South Point. But this weekend just happened to be a good time to come up, and I like doing this. I mean, it's fun to be up here, and
a lot of pretty good bowlers to watch in this field.
yeah, it is. There's a little bit of a lull here, and everybody's being quiet.
Can't hook in the air.
Yep, that one looked pretty good.
Looks like he's throwing an infinite physics.
And I know it, I mean, honestly, folks, when you're watching this, it looks, you're watching somebody loft the ball on the lane as far as he is right now. And, I mean, to Tom's credit over here, he says it can't hook in the air. But this guy puts his thumb on the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And to create that same clean release, to get it to that right part of the lane with that same rotation every single time is so talented. Obviously, he does this once in a while, so.
He looks like you out there, Dennis.
It's not? I thought that was Dennis.
I thought it was Dennis, too. That kind of loft?
That one might have split the 8-9. Do we get the replay on that, Mike?
Ask and you shall receive.
Watch this ball. Watch the 8 and the 9.
That's just crazy. I know you can see it. That's true. That's
just absolutely splits the 8-9.
Yep.
The 8 falls to the left. You don't know who that is?
Huh?
Are you being serious?
I haven't seen his face.
It's Dylan Burns.
Oh, Dylan. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, I got it now.
Now, if my guys at home are watching this, I told you I should never be able to see your game face.
Yeah.
Trips the 4-pin forward.
And we just proved a point.
He cut his hair a little bit.
What hair?
Who's leading the tournament? I mean, you want to know after 8 games this morning, or do you want to know who's leading this squad?
Nice game, Dylan.
Get a present.
Yeah, go get your present.
I just proved a point.
Do we have a printout of scores? Most recent or no?
This is game number
5.
5. Yeah.
Yep, they're leading.
So you weren't here, and I told him that I was going to talk about the 300 in the 9th frame, and I did.
And then I came in.
And then you came in and you never said a word.
I never said a word.
And it worked.
Yep.
So I am not the black cloud that you guys all are.
And you know what I did, right?
So tomorrow afternoon, Dennis, when I'm on the front 9 and somebody comes down with a camera, it better not be Mike. It better be you.
Okay.
And did you guys get what I what I was doing?
Pretend like you didn't know.
Exactly. I didn't know anything.
You pretended like you didn't know who it was.
Who it was? Anything.
You got me. I'm like,
But see-
you can't be serious.
Yeah.
You don't know who the hell Dylan Burns is? Come on, Flanagan.
Huh? No, I don't know who that is.
Get over. You got to get over here.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Gonna bring it in the booth.
All right. We got
Thank you.
scorekeepers up here.
Yep.
All right, Dylan Burns opening up a present here. Oh, look
See
at
what
this.
Dylan's got.
We got some nice peanut butter pretzels.
Peanut butter
All right.
pretzels.
Hey, Dylan, by the way, if you ever watch that back, I black cloud everybody. And I said to my brother back there, I said, hey, he's got the front nine right here. He might bowl 300. But I said it back there to my brother. Then I come in here, and I know these guys were saying, oh, God. I was hoping Flanagan was going to stay away. So I go, who is that?
And I'm looking
Never
at him
seen-
like, are you serious? You don't know who the hell that is?
Yeah. It worked.
Yep.
Right?
Nice game, big boy.
There you go. Okay. All right. Swap out some graphics. Let's see. Where else? We're still here. We got Justin Knowles finishing out.
Trevor pulls 230 with a couple. Well, only one hole. He made the other split. So nice little 530 for the guys that were in fourth. It's a pretty solid game.
That's going to be big, too, because I believe that Tim and Shay flipped to the other end again. But Tim's been bowling good down there on that side, so it's hard to tell what they would have come up with. But
Yep, Justin had that one errant shot. Other than that, he's been pretty rock solid.
we are finishing up game number 7 of B Squad of the 2022 Holiday Doubles, brought to you by Hammer. We've got another squad starting tonight at 7 o'clock. After this squad is over, they've got 2 lane machines. They will get the lanes oiled. It seems like we're on time so far today, Tom, so that's a pretty good thing. Get the lanes oiled in between and be ready to start here pretty close to 7 o'clock tonight for another 8 games on C Squad. We'll be back tomorrow morning with you all at 8 o'clock for D Squad. It's a packed squad in the morning. They're really talented. Not that this one here is not as well, but a lot of names on tomorrow's squad. A lot of folks come in on just Saturday. I think they come in Friday evening and just spend a day here unless they make the finals. So that happens. And the last squad of the event is 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for qualifying. 232 teams in the tournament. They bring back 46 tomorrow night for what we are calling a cashier squad, but we know there are 58 teams that actually cash in this tournament now because of the additional squad. So there's 46 bowling tomorrow night. It's about just shy of 20% of the field will be back to try to make it to the top 12. That is just shy of 5% of the field that actually get to bowl on Sunday. So to win this tournament, you will have bowled pretty well, I would say.
Yeah, you don't get lucky and get this title.
Considering that we do know that the finals are all on this end, it starts on 29, no bowling, 2 pairs, a dark pair, two more pairs, a dark pair, and then finish out on the other end down here with 41 to 44. I'd like to know of those who actually make the finals, where did they get their pins? On the low end or on the high end? Because that would make a difference in knowing who to bet on Sunday, I would think.
We could make it interesting and oil half of the oil, 6 pairs with one machine, 6 pairs with the other.
Well, supposedly they're the same pattern, but one machine is way older than the other. We know that. I think one is a custodian. I believe the black machine down here is an ion. I'm not sure about that, but I believe that's what it is.
They're
so
both Kegel, just different.
Right. I like being up here this weekend, Tom, just because you see people that you haven't seen for an entire year a lot of times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's cool to be able to walk around here, just have people walking past you. You see them in front of you out here when they're bowling. And I don't know how many people they had on the waiting list.
Yeah, I don't either.
But
You said 232 teams. Does that mean that they're going to use the end pairs on our squad?
on the 2 o'clock squad tomorrow, they are going to use 49 and 50.
With a waiting list, they should have opened them all up and done that every squad.
Well, here's what happened. He didn't want
equality.
to. He didn't want to. And the only reason they're doing it on that squad is because they had it that way last year where they were doing 48 and they had that many people on that squad and they needed 2 people to move off of that squad to someplace different so that squad could be down to 46 and only 1 team would. So they were going to be at 47 at that point, and he let a 48th team in so that there would be at least pacing the same on all the pairs. So that squad is the only squad that's like that. Let me see. We are getting ready. We're starting game 8 in front of us. Let me see how well I can do this part. All right, so we are in game 8 of 8. I just did it. I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
I'm not.
Yeah, I am. I don't do this often enough to. Plus, Mike's all about the touchpad there, and I get that. He does it often enough to be able to do that. I'd much rather have a mouse.
When it comes to computers, I'd much rather have somebody else do it.
All right, so in front of us here, some buddies of mine from Springfield, Illinois. I miss the days of going up there and running tournaments with Jeff at the Land of Lincolns and tournaments and stuff like that.
Could you imagine what the scores would be if they held this tournament there?
Yeah.
If you shut the door hard enough, it kingpin the 4-pin falls.
Yep.
A partner and I actually won doubles up there 2 years ago and bowled the highest double set in the nation that year. 1642.
Doubles bowled. in the Central Illinois.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big tournament.
Yeah, myself and Craig Crawford won that event in 2020. 2020. Yeah, 2020 or 2021. Can't remember.
Are you watching 39 and 40?
No.
You should
well,
be.
Yeah. I haven't really been paying attention.
Look at the scores.
Yep. I feel sorry for D.
Yeah.
And you know who D is? Former Tour Player of the Year.
Oh my gosh, guys! All right, I got to fill you in. You guys can't see this, but there are 3. On lanes 39 and 40. There are 3 folks with the front 7, and the one guy who does not have the front 7 is Andrew Anderson.
Andrew's bowling 2-0
Yep.
through 6 frame.
two of the guys are local here, Johnny Reinheimer and Joe Dolans, bowling together on, and obviously if there are three of them that have the front seven, that means two of them are on the same doubles team.
Yeah, I don't remember who Andrew's bowling with. Let me see if I can find it here.
Andre Gonzalez?
Yeah, that's right. Andre Gonzalez.
It was Andrew Gonzalez until they changed it, so it was two Andrews. Johnny gets a handful.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this or not, but he is the.
He's wearing an ugly shirt. Yeah, I agree.
No, that's not what I was going to say. That's not what I was going to say. He is the scratch Winky singles champion, and he got second place in the handicap side as well.
Nice.
So, of the tournament that
When
just
did you do
got
that?
just got this year.
Oh, just this year? Very nice.
Just this year, yeah.
Oh, and then Andre. Solid.
Hey guys,
Solid 8.
who are these two guys over on 39? What's
No
that?
idea.
I have my MacBook Air if you need it.
Okay, no, I think we're good. But thank you.
They have no idea.
I don't know this guy. I don't know his initials or JD.
I was just talking about how ugly his partner's shirt is.
It's red. You know how Johnny comes in here, so
They,
yeah.
they just got the best catcher in baseball onto their roster.
And they just perpetuate it.
So front eight.
It was front seven, front seven, front seven.
Yeah, and the former player of the year is bowling 2-0.
2-0.
He's not bowling 2-0, is he?
Yeah, he's got 128 in the sixth.
Yeah. You remind me of Kevin Costner in Tin Cup when you said that just now.
What did I say?
You said the former player of the year is bowling 2-0, and I was thinking of him standing there saying, and the tour players laying up.
Should I try to move a camera over to this? If we get front nine, I'll move this camera over. But you know what's going to happen the minute I move it.
Yep, I do. You should have Dennis move it.
Who's Dolan's bowling with? Who? I'm actually being serious. I don't think I know.
Reinheimer.
Who?
Johnny Reinheimer.
Oh, Ronheimer. Okay.
That ball went through the pins. The last one just blew them all up. That one actually rolled through the
What
pins.
are they at? I'm sure you guys have covered this already. I've been away.
No.
Well, we didn't actually
haven't
talk
got an
about
update
them
yet. We've got teams that are just now starting, and these guys are about done.
Games 5 and 6 I have.
They were on the second page. You got 6?
I got 6 right here.
Okay, I don't have 6 over here yet, but they were on the second page in 5, so.
Let's go with this.
Oh, trip the 4, baby.
So I got to get
He
a
tripped
camera
a 4-9, actually, didn't he? Looked like, didn't he trip a 9 too? I think the 9 was crumbled in there too. Yeah.
Looking through here, I couldn't see. Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy.
Let Mike do his magic here.
Yep.
Oh, darn it. Told you should have had Dennis do it.
For the benefit of you folks at home, Johnny Reinheimer was up on the front 9 on lane 39 and left the 4-pin that you see standing right there. His partner's in the teal blue shirt. There's a spare for 270. That's a pretty good game at this point.
Yep.
I mean,
Andre got the first hit. He's into the 260s.
I didn't see where they, I mean, like I said, in game number 5, they were on the second page, and they were plus 52.
Sorry for the leaning lanes here, but I kind of did the scoreboards at least kind of straight. Best we could do in a GIF. This camera already got him.
Yep.
277.
Joe's going to do it, though.
Think so, Mr.
Yep.
Dolans?
Yes. Go help your partner.
Over under 9.5 this shot.
I'm over.
I'll go over.
I'm going to go under.
Oh, Mike.
See? It's not me.
Okay. It's not me. I said over, and he got it.
I got to keep rooting against him, and then he'll get it, right?
Okay.
'Cause if
I
I go,
guess.
oh, yeah. Okay, so let's do the reverse.
Is that what happens when I bowl good? You root against me?
Yeah, I never pick you in the fantasy game.
Joe Labatt says hi, Mr. Hess.
Hi, Joe. How are you, sir? Is Joe bowling this year?
Yeah, he's bowling.
Haven't seen Joe in a few years.
All right, front 10. Looking for 11 in a row, Joe Dolans. If he gets this one, he could bowl 300.
That's pretty good.
See, that ain't me.
Nope. You even put the score out there.
Yep.
So this is the high game of the tournament right now. And if you look across from Johnny's game of 277, if you can see the scores, there is a 279 up there.
Yeah. Solid 8. Boop.
Andrew Anderson can still bowl 225.
Andrew's pretty serious out there right now.
Bowl 5-0 and lose by 70.
Yep.
Joe Dolans can get a present.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty
Bada
good.
boom.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That was an impressive game.
Sure was.
Nice game, Joe. Hey, Joe. Somebody go tell him, go get his present.
Yeah.
Go get your present, Joe. Come down here and open it up.
579, Johnny Reinheimer, Joe Dolans on lanes 39 and 40. We don't know where they were. Mike's got, I think Mike was posting standings, but I haven't seen him after 6 to see what they were. We only had him after 5.
Anderson and Gonzalez were 270 after 5. And another front 7 over here just to our left.
Yep.
That's Josh Glover. Josh just came over and opened a present just a little bit ago. Now his partner's got the front 7.
Well, that's a way to finish the block. I don't know what position they might have been in. We only had them, and you were posting after 6. You said I didn't see anything there, but
Somebody did quite a number on our second stream pair table.
oh, that's not good. Obviously.
Oh, well, what do you do?
I mean, you can barely tell that there's anything down there. I mean,
Right.
just the two, just the, you know,
The
big old
32-inch
TV,
monitor.
just a big old TV sitting there,
That
the
doesn't
cameras.
give it away.
You know, I mean,
That was a crazy
That's
shot.
solid
just then.
8.
Yeah.
yeah.
We'll watch it again for those that didn't get to see it. Oh, right here.
You got to open it up.
Open
here.
it up over here, Joe. You got to come in on camera and open it up there, buddy.
Here he is, Joe Dolans. Let's see what's in here. He's opening it up. Oh, that doesn't mean that's what's inside, though. It says a Toastmaster crock pot. That's a quartz. I think you're good. It looks, yep, you're good. That's what it is. That's what it is, legit.
Crock pot.
Nice crock pot, man.
Very nice.
Put a little
What a
Velveeta
crock.
cheese in there with some Hormel chili, beans or no beans, whatever you want. Have a little chili cheese dip. Yeah. Put
Yeah.
some salsa in there.
About 2 o'clock
Mix
tomorrow
that up.
afternoon, so
Super-
me and my partner have something to keep us going.
Super Bowl Sunday. Perfect. Thank you, Joe.
Good job,
All right.
Joe.
All right.
I like that. Good idea, Mike.
The chili cheese dip.
Oh, yeah.
So was that 300s on this box then?
Lee was writing them down. Has he got a sheet over there?
That's the third present we've opened since I've been here, haven't we? He's got all kinds of sheets here. I don't see anything written on any of them.
Lee was in charge of keeping track of that.
Well, Lee obviously doesn't care about the back half of the standings because that's
No,
all those
So
are.
he takes those and puts them over there. Yeah. So,
Yeah. Okay. Well,
well, that would be 5 for the tournament if that's the case. I believe it was 3 for this block.
yeah. We're getting a lot of spam in the chat.
They're asking when you bowl, Tom? In the
2
chat?
o'clock tomorrow. Bowl with Eddie Bird.
There's some people really getting into it here coming down to this cut score.
Oh, but they're not coming to the cut score.
No, but they're bowling what they think is the cut score. I mean, they're like really pushing for pins here. Like
Yeah.
people are really getting into it.
Lots of people yelling and screaming.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if we have after 7 yet.
They haven't brought a printout of after 6 over here yet either. So, but that's okay.
Did I pop after 6 up on the screen?
I don't think you did.
I think I was bringing it over, wasn't I?
You were trying, and then
What game does it? What game does that say? 4.
4.
All right, that ain't it. I only get them as I get them. Let's see. What does this one say?
6.
6.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Barrett and Bittenbender, Bumgarner and Burns, Woods and Collins, Thompson and Archer, Jones and Hankins. Is that it?
Yeah,
Then we watched Trevor and Dylan bowl 530 right here in front of us. So they went to 600.
So there's your standings. Take a screenshot if you want.
Where's Glow? Whoop. Oh.
What's up?
Mr. USB-C.
$260.
I think Mike's going to look at some scores, maybe.
Check and see whether they were in play or not, I guess.
That was a pretty big shot there. Those guys could have got to 460. Josh Glover, who bowled 300 and opened a present just a little while ago. All right, I'm keeping track of the 300s this block. Josh Glover, Tim Barrett, Joe Dolans. Is that it?
I believe.
I believe as well. Anybody else remember any 300s that we had up here in the booth that we can't remember? Type them into the chat. See if it'll ring a bell.
I don't remember.
I don't think there was any other ones.
It was a weird hit on 36 just there.
Oh, yeah. The one right in front of us. Dylan Burns.
Oh, good point.
Oh, Burns.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. The guy I didn't know.
Nice job.
Yeah, the guy you
Nice
didn't know.
job.
I'm
Nice
like, wait
job.
a second. I know we've had 3 since I've been sitting in the booth.
Okay.
So we've had 300, or we had 4 here. And who do we have this morning?
I
weren't
wasn't
here.
I wasn't here, so
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
should remember.
You've got one job, Mike.
I know. That's it.
That's
one
all you
job.
got to do is just remember who bowls 300.
You know, Lee's listening to us right now. He can't go home.
Oh, I
and
know. He
let
can't
it
help
go.
himself.
So, Lee, who bowled 300 this morning?
Well, this squad, we had another 300. We had Cragen.
Oh, Jason Cragen bowled 300?
Yeah.
Cragen.
Yes, he did.
So we had 5 of them this block. Donnie Wilson had 300 earlier.
I have mad cow disease. So
I have bad memory disease.
Well, I think it's
Got CRS.
Yep. You guys are doing great.
What's your worst fear?
Right. Yeah. That's an inside joke.
So I think it's Steve Bone in the chat asking whether that was Cragen or Oviette that bowled the 300 because the other one bowled 299.
It was Cragen.
Okay.
Yeah, because Russ missed. Russ had 299.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Zach. How are you, bud?
Man, everybody's here. Zach Wilkins is here. Just finishing out here.
All the way from Canada.
Yep. We're supposed to start the next squad in 59 minutes.
That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, you got one pair down there that looks
This
like they're
is
in
very
like their second or
similar
third
finish
frame.
as the last time.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it that close?
How
Yes.
do they get so far off? These guys have been done for a while, and you got guys down there that look like they're in the second, third frame. It's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And there hasn't been any. We haven't had any machine breakdowns. Mike was thinking earlier that it might be one guy in the middle of 3 pairs that's really slowing stuff down, courtesy-wise, but I don't know.
Yep. Thank you on the France as well. He had 300 earlier today. So I think we're good. We had 2 this morning. Donnie Wilson in France. Burns, Dolans, Barrett, Glover, and Cragen.
Cragen.
Is it Cragen?
Yeah.
Somebody corrected me one day and said it was Cragen.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong.
It's,
I call him Jason Cragen, so that's his name.
And he's never yelled at you?
That's his name. I know. I never call him by his last
Jason
name. When I
Cragen.
talk to him, I call him Jason.
All right. I messed up his partner's name forever.
The first time we ever call somebody's name wrong, that'll be the first time, right? Like,
Right.
why can't they all just have names like mine?
Right.
Plus 450.
450.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh and him got to 450. Josh Glover.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Is that going to be enough for 46?
I would hope so, based on what I'm seeing on here.
Oh, I got standings after 7.
Good.
Bring those up before we go off the air.
Dylan and Trevor.
Orphan Rodriguez are 9th at 401, Tom, and there were 2 400s on the first set, so that's 11. This is after Game 7, so that's 11 total 400s right now with a 398 and a 377 and 76. So that'd be 11, and that leaves 35 for the next 3 squads.
That's 10 a squad.
At 400
11 a
over.
squad.
I would say, I mean, but they're 450 or what'd they say?
Yeah. It was
That
a
should
little
be
higher
good.
than that last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bumgarner and Burns lead at 605. Solobek and Butts, 493. Barron Bittenbender, 486. Cragen, Oviatt, 474. Thompson and Archer, 469 in 5th. Woods and Collins, 458 in 6th. Jones and Hankins in 7th at 423. 8th is Stubblefield and Fujita at 410. Orff and Rodriguez 9th at 401. 10th is Fa and Jasinski at 398.
Dolan's and they were 120. They just went to 400. It's a pretty big game right there.
That.
Oh, 300.
Oh, okay.
300. Sorry.
317, something like that.
Yeah.
Still puts him
128 and 177. Yeah.
Still puts him 21st or second. 21st or
305.
second instead of.
Might be a check.
Could be. They were 35th before.
All right, well, I think that's going to do it.
Mike thinks that's going to do it.
No, he's going to end it. Had enough of me kicking me out of the booth, Mike.
Kicking you out of the booth. You can sit here as long as you want. I'm just
Okay.
not going to be here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Lee's bowling tonight.
Lee is bowling tonight. That's true. There's the standings. I'll take those off. We got to kind of sort of crunch together a little bit, maybe. All right. Well, that's going to do it for tonight's afternoon, whatever you want to call it. It's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, somewhere, whatever. We got another squad coming up in 55 minutes. Then 2 more tomorrow. D&E tomorrow, D&E. Tom, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me, Mike. I enjoy being in the booth with you.
Dennis, thanks for coming.
Absolutely.
Me and Dennis tonight. If Tom's around, he might pop in. Oh, no, wait. He's going to go hang out with his buddy Eddie Bird. They're going to go down to Forest Park. They're going to get in a canoe together.
Yep.
Going to canoodle a little bit, thinking about tomorrow's block.
Just strategize.
Yeah. But we'll have the coverage here for you, everybody.
We'll be watching the live stream so I can get all your knowledge. We'll be watching.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Very well put there. It's getting deep in here.
Yep.
It's amazing how many people walk around with cameras anymore.
Yeah.
You know, this kid just walking through with a vlog camera.
Yep.
I used to be the only idiot walking around with one.
So you're the one that started all these other idiots
Maybe.
walking around with them now.
Maybe. But I got it from YouTubers.
Everybody
so.
wants to be like Mike.
Yeah, no. Okay, well, for Tom Hess, Lee Boudouris, who was here earlier, will be here all day tomorrow, unless he makes the cut.
Yeah.
Which
He'll be here
that ain't
tomorrow.
happening.
He'll be here.
And Dennis Thacker, I'm Mike Flanagan. I want to thank Matt Schellebarger and the staff here for providing a great place for us to have this event every year. 50 lanes in total here at St. Clair Bowl, home of McKendree. Want to thank Jerry Anderson and all the work he and April and the tournament staff do. Want to thank you guys for watching. Want to thank the bowlers for great competition. We'll see you probably an hour.
Good night, all.
Right here on Inside Bowling. See you soon.